start. I hope I didn't start a gazillion... and now I'm live. Okay. Welcome, YouTube. I hope you're going good. I hope you're doing good. We are going to work on Hyperslice, but first, we're working on curves for a future video. And curves are awesome. Okay, so loop custom, right? Loop custom, set loops, and what we want to do is this. We want to tween. Ooh, I have the same name. I didn't realize. It's going to be confusing for some people, right? Tween method. I'm going to tween the method. The method is called tween property. The method is called tween property from a variant to a variant. That is kind of painful, though. That is kind of painful that you have to tell it from where you want to go. That is kind of painful. That is incredibly painful when you think about it, right? That is incredibly painful because I don't know where you're going to be. I mean, I do, in fact, but it's just very painful. Tweening the method is really, really painful. We want to take the same amount of time, like one very important thing. The transition, the easing, we don't care. We want the transition to be linear because the transition doesn't happen in here, but it's our curve which is going to do the thing, right? We also want to pass the curve somewhere. So let's pass the curve in here. Let's pass the curve in here. And so we tween the method, tween property, icon position.y, then we go to position.y in here in 1 second, and then we want to bind some arguments. To bind some arguments in Godot 4, it's a bit better. We use the bind thingy. We pass the curve, we pass the target, and then we pass the property. So in here, I want to pass position y. Last time I tried, it didn't work, but then I figured there would be another way, and I think it was Yuri that suggested the other way. So let's see, okay? Let's see if we can make that work. Because if we do set, it's not going to work, I think. So the first thing is to get the curve value. It's going to be a float. We are going to grab the curve and do sample baked. And we want the offset, right? Oh, we want the offset. That's true. So that's not really what I want, right? How did I do that? How did I do that last time? How did I do that? I don't remember how I did it. I did it in a very, how can I say? It was more generic. It was abstract. It was an abstract implementation. Boom, 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 boom. Because you want that. Bum, 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 bum. Maybe I can... No, I don't know. I don't remember how I did it. I don't remember how I did it. I don't remember how I did it. Because theoretically what you do in here is you don't pass that, right? You pass 0 and 1. You pass 0 and 1, but that's kind of stupid. So... Also, you don't know if you want to do... No, I guess what you could do is you could also have like the property. And you need to have like the first value. Yeah, you need to have like initial value. It's a variant. You don't know what it is. If it's generic enough. and you have the target value. You basically recreate the tween. That's what you do, right? Is there a better way? I don't think there is. I don't think there is. So in here you sample using the value. You sample the curve using the value. Now you have the value of the curve. And now what you want to do is you want to do target, set. You want to use the property. And you want to do lerp. If it's an angle, you're fucked. If it's an angle, you're fucked, basically. You want to do lerp between the initial value and the target value. And you want to use the curve value to do that, to do the sampling, right? That's kind of what you want to do. Target, I'm going to say instead of node, I'm going to say target. Target set property, yeah? Right? That's what you do. I think the problem is that set is not going to work. Property name class to avoid allocating a new string name on each call. Prefer using the names exposed in the property name. Okay. But if you want to do that... Oh, set indexed. Assign a new value to the property identified by the property path. The path should be a node path relative to this object and can use the colon character to access the nested properties. This is exactly what I want. And I think this is what Yuri told us about last time. So we want to do set indexed instead of doing just set indexed, and that way we can use the property. Okay, lerp, initial, target value, curve value. Let's see. Let's remove that for now. Let's see. It should work. Maybe I missed something. Okay, I missed something. Error. A method expected 6 arguments, but called with 4. The method expected 6 arguments, really? Oh yeah, I forgot to bind. My default value is icon.position.y, and the final value is icon.position.y plus 150. And then I want to do the same thing, but I want to go to 100 and... oh, but this is not going to work. The final value is going to be that, you see? So it's not going to work the way I want. It's not going to work the way I want. And also it means that the first time you're going there, it takes less time. This tween is not the same. If you start at the middle, it doesn't work. Right? If you start at the middle, the first one doesn't work the way you expect. This is a bad example. But anyway, same thing is true for here. The icon position Y is the center initially, and you're going to tween to here, which is not correct. It's going to jump. Right? It's going to jump. Let's see. It's going to jump. Yes, it's jumping. Also, for some reason, it's very janky. I don't know why it's not smooth like that. For some reason, it's very janky. So the problem with this is that the first time... For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake. I can't do anything about that because of the tween method. I don't know. I mean, I do know. But it will look weird and it will be out of sync. It will look weird and be out of sync. So another thing I could do is start from the top. All of them I could start them from the top. That would be a bit easier to show what I want. Fuck. 350. 400. Right? And so instead of doing that, you're going to this. and you're coming back to the original position. And so in here, you're going to do the same thing. You're going to go at plus 150, and you're going to go back to the original position. Whoopsie doopsie, I made a Wookie. Let's go. Why is it so janky? Why is it so janky? Is it because I'm live? Is it because I'm live? So you can see it's roughly the same. It's not exactly the same. I thought it would be similar. It would be closer, to be honest. I thought it would be closer, the interpolation. My interpolation is actually a bit smoother. Remember, my curve is this. If you compare it to Godot, Tween, Cheat Sheet. If you compare it to maybe Sine is actually. I'm using Cubic. Cubic might be a bit stronger, right? Cubic might be a bit stronger. It might be closer to a Sine actually. What do you think? Might be closer to a Sine actually. What if we go in here and we change that to trans sine? I would like it to be a bit more. Oh, there is spring now. There is a new a new thing. Yeah, it's closer to a. Yeah, it's exactly the same now. Okay, cool. So now, the cool thing about my tween, the cool thing about it is what? Is that I can just modify that, right? So this is the default tween. Let's say in here, this is the default, even if it doesn't mean anything, default curve, which is very similar. Let me lay out anchor preset, custom, grow direction, horizontal both, default curve. It doesn't really mean anything, but you get the idea. Don't worry, I will place that correctly in just a second, because it's triggering me more than you, apparently. Position 300, 251. So we want both of those fuckers to be at 251. Okay, let's go. And now we can have fun on the second curve. We can create a new curve, and we can do something a bit more involved. But in the same amount of time, right? In the same amount of time, it's going to do this. So it's going to look a bit janky, but it's going to be interesting. And so now what we can do is loop custom, my amazing curve, icon 3. Shall we try? Let's try. Boop, 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 boop. Very cool. For some reason, my default curve doesn't move anymore. What? Sorry. That's why. That is why. I need to pass a tween. Custom tween, let's say. We pass the custom tween that we want to use, and here we want to use tween curve, and in here we want to use tween curve 2. Let's go. And now it's going to work the way we expect. Look at that. And so now we have our custom tween that does something really weird. Maybe too weird, maybe not good, maybe we don't like that. Maybe we want something a bit more, I don't know. Tell me what you think. One thing that we can show also is that if we allow ourselves to go higher, let's say that the max value is like 5, maybe 5 is too much. We can totally like do something like this. Can totally go way higher. Yeah, let's do something like this. If you want, which looks very bad, but it's okay. And we can go over. So of course, maybe I should add a good example of using a custom curve, because right now it looks like shit. I could use a good example. In here, custom curve. I could use a good example, maybe. because this doesn't really tell you, hey, this is good, you should use curves. It's like, yeah, but it looks ugly, man. So of course I don't want to use curves. Right? But you can use your own transition now using that curve. You can do whatever you want, and you can completely modify the way. Hey, thank you for the follow, 28. You can really modify the way your thing is going to respond, which I think is pretty cool. Maybe people don't care about it, but those curves maybe are more interesting. They are more interesting with rotation, I think, right? What do you think? I feel like rotations are usually a bit more interesting. I'm going to say default tween, default curve, and custom curve. Yeah. So what is the difference between that? 406, 950. So I want to do 960, right? Not 950, 960. 960 plus 960 minus 406. This is what I want to do. Yes. Perfect. Maybe something like the switched logo animation. Interesting. The switch logo animation. Switch logo animation. Interesting. Click. Sound and logo. Gigonzo, hello. Oh my god, that was fast. Okay, so like a bit of oh my god, it's so fucking slow. Can I put it on loop? Can I put it on loop or not? Playback speed. I can't put it on loop, right? I can do loop in here. That's good. Okay, so slightly overshoot slightly, and then it's like shklack, shklack, clack. The thing is, this is definitely doable without a curve. This is doable without a curve. That's the thing. But you would need multiple tweens, run one after the other. You could do that. You could do that. But fair enough. Let's try. So let's do switch. Let's do switch curve. Let's do the switch curve that I'm going to place, I don't know, at transform plus 500. Oh my god, too much. Minus 300 plus 150. That might be less. Minus 50. Minus 50, I said. Minus 50. Okay, good. Let's put it right there. So the switch thingy. The switch thingy would be closer to. Great example. I'm always frustrated I cannot define the time of the back effect. So something to keep in mind now with Godot 4, I think you can. Some of the transitions can be defined. Let me show you. Tween. Create tween. Set ease. Ease in and out. Set trends. Elastic. I think you can now. Let me see. I think it's now possible. Maybe with the set trends domain or whatever it is. Set trends, transition type. I saw something about that, right? Transition type. No. Set trends. What? I saw something about set trends domain. Am I crazy? Translation domain, what is this? Sets the name of the translation domain? Oh, sorry, it's not. It has nothing to do with this. Okay. I don't know if it's available yet. It doesn't seem to be. But there is something that you... at least there's a PR for that. Where you can modify some of the easing. But I don't know exactly how. And right there, I don't see anything that would help us. Right? Kill, parallel, set ease, set ignore timescale, set loops, set parallel, pause mode, process mode, speed scale, trends, twin callback, blah blah blah. In set trends, there's nothing about it. Doesn't tell you. Right? Doesn't tell you. But basically, you can create your own, right? With my example. With my example, you can create your own. Let's create another function called loop. Let's call loop switch. I'm going to do that for the third one. Loop switch. Let's create a third one. A third curve. Switch curve. We pass it in here, and we pass the icon 4, which is called icon 4. Skibidi toilet. But I can show you the back effect, yes, why not? Custom back effect, why not? Why the fuck not? So loop switch, it's going to be slightly different in the sense that I'm going to make my own transition like this. And then I'm going to tween callback. I'm going to tween property like normal stuff. Right? I'm going to tween the target. I'm going to tween target. Position Y. Icon position Y. So we go back to the icon. We don't need that. We just need the time. So the time is going to be 1 second. How long is the switch thingy? It's like 0.5 seconds, right? It's like 0.5 seconds. It's pretty fast. You want to go to something that is like plus 50 in 0 and 1 second. Okay. So now we define the curve for the custom curve that is here, which is called the switch curve, right? Switch curve and switch curve, and we define the curve. So we have our amazing curve in here, and now we define the switch curve, which will look something like this. So let me see. It starts higher. It starts higher, which you could achieve. That's also something interesting, I think. You could achieve it by simply giving, if that is 0, if that is the beginning, if that is where you start in here, you could tell it to start further away, like 0.5. You can even do it like this. And so this is like the arming. So because you arm, you do a slight arming like that. Maybe it's not enough. Then you do slack. Slack. This is going to be the entirety of the thing. So you're going to do something like this. And when you're going to go, you're going to do something like this, basically, right? Okay, the timing is completely wrong right there. It's like slack. It's super hard to imagine how it's going to to look. It's very, very hard to imagine how it's going to look. Let's see. Huh? What the fuck? I'm going too far, right? I'm going way too far. Way too far. This might not be a good example. This might not be a good example in the sense that... What the fuck am I doing? Oh, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. This is my one. This is my one. I want to finish here. Sorry, guys. And you want... When you go here, you want a little bit of bumpy bump. Might be better to define that with something else. Right? It's going to be difficult to do that with a curve. What the fuck? What the fuck are you doing? Set loops? Before they start again, I'm wondering if I'm not going to put an interval. That way we can see shit. You see what I mean? It's going a bit fast. And also I feel like I've made a mistake in here. What? 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 What the fuck is wrong with my curve? Okay, let's start like this just to see. Theoretically, if we don't take into account the thing, we just want a bit of overlap, a bit of not overlap, sorry, but you see what I mean? This is ugly as fuck. Am I crazy? Is it because of the min value? 0. Why are you 0.01? Huh? What the fuck are you doing? Why are you going here? Oh, I'm completely stupid. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Sorry, and sorry. Thank you for the follow. Camilo, you change your name? You've seen Daniel Holden's blogs about animation interpolation, right? Nope. I don't think so. Or maybe I did. I don't remember. Okay, so this is shit. This is shit, but this is slightly better. You're going to hold the thing. And in here, you want to be set trends. Okay, give me a second. This needs to be... this needs custom tween. Custom tween, set trends linear. You force it to be linear. And in here, you force it to be transcubic, set ease in and out to go back to where you were. And you don't need this set trends in here. Okay. Hikarabot, hello, I'm doing good. Okay, so this is shit. Why is it shit? Because... So we want that, right? Minus 0.5. Let's say minus 0.25 maybe. So we start at 0. We actually start higher. We actually start higher. We go like that, and then we do skibidi bop a bit. But I think my curving here is not fast enough. And this is also a problem. What if I have something like this? Trent's English... What? Actually, I'm Jose. I'm just using a translator that uses a bot I made called Icarobot01. Okay. That's funny. Just bought your Godot Juice course. Excited to learn. Thank you. Oh, Camilio. You're someone else. I thought you were Camilos. You're someone else, right? Daniel's one of the nerds over at Epic who built the foundation of their ML-based motion matching, but his background is in traditional technical animation. He has some great breakdowns on inertialization, spring damping, etc. Okay, cool. I made a video about springs. Very cool springs. I think I need at least one example that is good. But hey, I don't know. Speaking Portuguese, I added gifts as you suggested. I hope you're proud of me. Let's go, Yuri. I will take a look. I'm speaking Portuguese, Brazilian, translating to English. Okay, I can see that. That's amazing. So my curve for the Switch is really shit, right? But also because we don't have the comparison, I feel like. I feel like, you know what? Maybe we define our curve like this. It's really bad. The overshoot in here is not good enough. It's really small. It needs to be bigger, I guess. It's getting closer. It's getting closer. It's not amazing, but it's getting a bit closer, right? It's difficult because with the Switch, you have the thing to compare. You have the thing to compare. Also, maybe 0.5 is too long. The Switch thingy is maybe only 0.35. What do you think? I'm too lazy to use my two brain cells to translate a single word from Portuguese to English. So every time you start a message with Trent's English, it translates it? Are you using something else? Also, sound sells it. Yes. Yes, basically that. Amazing. It's fast, also. What are you using? Are you using like a local LLM or something? Okay, now I feel like this is a bit too fast. Probably because Google's Gemini. I'm using their API. That's crazy. Okay, it's not amazing, right? What do you think? It's not amazing. It could be better. It could be better, but it could also be worse, I feel like. Could also be worse. Maybe it's just that I should have the comparison to make something very good. I should have the comparison on the side. Also, it starts super high. It starts way higher. So let's go plus 80 at least. Okay, that's not too bad. It's not too bad. It could be better. Could be better. Let's do what you suggested. Let's do what you suggested. Looking better and better. Yeah. I think what would help is also like really trying to reproduce the thing with like the right icon and stuff. Maybe I should do that, because the problem right now is that I don't have the thing to compare, like what kind of size I should have and how much I should push it and stuff. So it's a bit difficult. Anyone can use my translator, feel free to test it out. I only use it as I am, but replace English with any other language you want, like PTBR, Chinese, Japanese, like trans, French. Hello, I'm Victor, and I'm trying that. Oh, fuck. That's fast. That's super fast. Attempting to translate my comments into Klango. See, it works. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Try again. Shit. French. What if I'm trying to explain something quite complex, like quantum entanglement requires a certain size, a certain object size, and the right temperature. What if I make mistakes in what I'm writing? Si c'est d'expliquer quelque chose d'assez complexe, genre l'intrication quantique nécessite une certaine taille d'objet et la bonne température. That's quite good. The big difference, I would say, with like a normal, you know my take on AI, right? My take on AI is pretty shit, but the thing is, for basic translation, it's quite impressive because it's going to do multiple things at once. It's going to correct your mistakes, and it's going to understand the context much better. Like, for example, I wrote, like, quantum entanglement requires blah blah blah, and the bot replied, genre l'intrication quantique, and this is exactly how you would speak, how you would speak French. You would say that. You would say genre. That's quite impressive. Also, I made a mistake. Somewhere. I wrote intrication. No, I don't remember where, but I made a mistake in the word, and it corrected it. Dis à Victor qu'il est mignon. He tries his best to understand, and he uses Gemini, which is an L. Yeah, I know. But cutie is mignon, like Philly mignon. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Yuri. Exactly. Exactly. So, do you want something? You want the custom back? Do you want the custom back? I think then what I could do is make a generic enough. I could make a node, right? I can turn that into a node. To tween exactly what you want. Today I learned that there's an official ISO 3-letter code for Klangle. Really? A really cool thing about my bot too is that it also has built-in chat system. Hello again, brother. Great to hear from you. Ask hello. Oh, you can like talk to the AI directly. Okay. Pretty cool. I'm surprised by the speed of the answers, because I have the impression that LLMs are usually quite slow. But okay. All right, switch curve. Let's say custom back curve. So you want to change the timing, right? Custom back curve. Let's say custom. Oh no, you're not doing what I want, you fucker. I want you to do custom grow direction both, you fucker. Custom back curve. Okay. So that that would be, let's create another one. Back curve. So what is back? How does it, what is the look? It looks like this, okay? Let me show you. This is back. You want back ease out, right? You don't want back. You want the back ease out. You don't want the ease in and out, right? You want the back out, I guess. That's usually what we do. So, okay, the goal is to arrive in here, and back has a nice little overshoot. So for that, you bump up the max value, and you overshoot. How much do you want to overshoot? Okay, like that. Back would be closer to something like this, right? They don't burn forests, they use water for cooling and a lot of energy. The more forests you burn, the faster they are. Yeah, that's the problem. Stress test, hello. That's the problem with LLMs, right? They're also thinking about using nuclear energy, as I recall. Yeah, but that's not a problem. That's like the rebound effect, you know? It's not because you have a better source of energy that you should consume more energy. That's the biggest problem we have nowadays. Yes, our computers are more efficient in some ways. Yes, our cars are more efficient. The engines inside of the cars are more efficient. The problem, the cars are bigger than before, and the engines are more powerful. This is called the rebound effect. That's kind of a problem. High stress test. Okay, so we have the back curve, and so we can use it. There's a profound question. The answers are so generic, though. Like it shows you the thing about LLMs. So generic. And I mean, yeah, of course, it doesn't have any opinion, feelings, or whatever. Does it look good for you? Doesn't look like the best curve that there is out there. The problem is that when we edit curves, we can't edit the points the way we want exactly. That's kind of a pain, right? That's kind of a pain. But anyway, we have this back curve, so we can loop custom, I guess, with the twin curve 4, back curve icon 4, icon 5, in fact. And is that it? Custom back. All right, you have your custom back curve. Are you happy? This is not the best example, right? How much time have I been walking? 71 minutes. I think I can stop. 71 minutes is equal to 2.36 kilometers. You would expect more. Sorry. 2.36. It's getting hot in here. Bless you. Thank you. Thank you. Come again. Okay. So my talking point in this video, your couch looks like a Spanish flag with that pillow. I can't wait to get rid of it. I'm going to change it because it's like way too big and it's also not really useful. So I can't wait to. I'm looking for a small couch. I mean, bless me for a sneeze. Yes. Valha. Wow. You thought I meant cheers. Yeah. The example that I'm going to use when you use a custom curve is that one, you can choose the duration of your transition instead of being tied to the default way the transition. You can use that, which I think is quite useful. And then I'm also going to say you can easily choose how much overshoot you're adding, which with a default transition you can't really choose how much overshoot you have. And so the way you would do an overshoot is by chaining multiple tweens, right? So to do a complex tweening with the default tweens, you would need multiple tweens one after the other to create, for example, like going above, going below, doing that the way you want. You have to have multiple tweens if you don't like the built-in transition. Whereas with a curve, you can do kind of whatever you want, you see? So that's pretty cool. All couches should be replaced with hammocks. Yeah, but in the background it's going to be weird. I will use this newfound wealth crime. Lurking driving from work? Oh, you finish your day? That's good. Welcome, Mike. Okay, another example was the what? Another example was the gravity, I guess, on the character. On the character, you can do the speed and you can do the gravity, right? Is that what we want? Basically an acceleration curve. And a good example of that is a jump, I guess. I'm getting poor. I guess it could be that. Jose. Should I call you Jose? Please, your bot is cool, but please don't spam the chat too much, though. Not that we need it, but hey. No, don't worry. It's cool. I understand you want to showcase your stuff. It's cool. But yeah, character jump. I might save it as two different things, right? Character jump. So we need a kinematic body. Oh fuck! It's called the character body now. I mean, we don't really need per se, but we are still going to do it that way, right? Do you agree? Floor. New physics material. No, that's not what I want. Collision. What is the easiest way to draw a floor? There's nothing I can do apart. Like I could use polygon, right? For fuck's sake, do I have to use a polygon? Godot, can't you have like built-in, easy to access like drawing materials? Drawing like predefined shapes, don't you think it would be useful? You fucker. What do you think? It would be useful, right? Colorect. Yeah, but I don't really like mixing 2D and nodes and control nodes. But you're right. It would work. It would work perfectly fine, to be honest. Yeah, you're right. You are right. So this is my player, right? This is my player. Yes, sure. Let's try to do it fast, because I want to do some other things now after that. Scripts. Player. First of all, we export var a curve, right? We export var a fucking curve. So how do we call it? We call it Gravity curve gravity, is that how you want to see it? You want to see it as how much gravity is used? A player is a player used by the player to play with the player. Exactly. That's the difficult part. I've been selected for minutal payment. You've been selected to pay. Oh my god, guys! I had some ideas recently. I had some ideas for a game. I'm not going to tell you because I think I'm going to prototype it alone in my cave one day and show it to you after. It's a game that Peacebreaker would enjoy, I think. I'm not going to tell you more than that, but it's a roguelike. Not too centered around skills, so that's something that they could enjoy. Okay. And then I had another idea, this time for a video, inspired by Basti when I was watching his stream. What if the title would be something like "If Taxes Were a Video Game"? Something like that. Do you think it's a good title? I think it's a good title. Why not Wonderful Curve? Because I want people to understand what I'm doing. Okay? Pure it. Hey Vex. Did you like my custom back? Furet, did you like the custom back that I made? Look at that, I made it for you. This is 1, and you're going above. Maybe it's too much. It's hard to know. But you can really time it the way you want, right? It's pretty cool. I like them juicy and curvy. Your taxes? Your taxes? Collision shape. Let's do a player, guys. Oh, I will use the icon. I hate that, but I will use the icon. Fuck, that's not how you do it. I will use the icon. I'm sorry about that. I don't like it. And I will make it a circle. Why not? A fucking circle. I'll keep the idea of using curves, that's for sure. Okay. I'm gonna turn it into an add-on, probably, if I have time. Right. Be on brand. Yes. So do you like my title? Do you like the title? Taxes. What if taxes were a video game? No. Taxes. No. Do I say what if? What if taxes were a video game? I feel like it's too long. If taxes were a video game, or video games. And then basically the idea of the video is you gamify everything. You add like QTE QuickTime events where when you're about to pay or to decide how much money you're declaring, you can gamble your way through the declaration. You have a bunch of interesting things. I have tons of ideas, lots of dark patterns and stuff. You put all of the mobile ideas inside of the tax declaration. So basically, you have you can watch an ad to get a loot box. You can share it with your friend to get a new life or something. What would a tax game be like? I feel like it's not. I understand, but I feel like it's not punchy enough. What would a tax game be like? You see what I mean? That's how I do my taxes. Every checkboxes and input fields, I roll a dice. Yeah, that you would roll a dice. Like you could do a critical dice roll. This would reduce the amount that you have to pay and stuff. Like, come on, it's super fun, no? It's super fun. In 90s, there was a whole bunch of games like Coder Life Simulator, which were basically just UI where you decide whether you work or have leisure time, buy food, upgrade PC. It sounds very much like that. Okay. I don't know if I convey my idea well enough. I don't know if I'm conveying my idea well enough. My idea is really something completely stupid that would not really be played, but more it would be between a UI redesign and a video game, in the sense that I'm showing all the techniques that mobile games, predatory mobile games are using to make you play again and stuff like that. But applied to taxes, I don't know. I feel like it's fine. You're jailed for 10 seconds. Okay, let's grab the player. Let's put the player somewhere around here, and let's do export var gravity. What should be the gravity? Float 600. Maybe we can just jump. What do you think about the ability to only jump? Physics process. If input is action just pressed, UI accept, or UI up, or input is action just pressed, UI UI up. Come on. You jump. Seriously, do I jump like that? No. Hey, I say gravity. Super fun. I need a velocity, but velocity is now inside the character body. So I'm always applying gravity. So gravity plus equal. That's not what I want. Velocity.y plus equal gravity. Gravity. By default, this is what you have, right? Gravity times what? Times. I'm gonna do two players. One is going to use the curve gravity, and the other one is not. That way you can check. Could we automate our tax fraud? Give us a Lua API to programmatically work around the UI patterns. Oh, what was the name of the project task manager thing that used the concept of cardboard games to make it more appealing? I think you're thinking about Codex. I was going to do a sponsorship with them, and then we lost touch. Codex, yeah, I think it's that. Combo counts as a game if you put it on a dartboard. So do you get my idea or not? My idea for this, what if taxes were a game, is to incorporate all of the dark patterns of mobile games, and also to have like stupid quick time events and like WarioWare. I think it would be WarioWare style, where you have to like do mini games to do some stuff. And I think it could be a very, very cool video. Me Bad Dev was doom scrolling. This is the first time I know that you stream on YouTube. I stream on YouTube pretty much every time I am streaming. But yeah, seeing people on YouTube is difficult. Seeing people live on YouTube is difficult. Velocity, I do equal... I need a jump force, right? So let's define a jump force. Jump force. Floaty float. I have no idea. Maybe 600. You put jump force minus jump force. Gravity times delta. In here, I'm going to have export var. Use curve gravity. It's going to be a boolean. By default, it's going to be falsy false. And then you're going to do... You're going to do var new gravity float. It's going to be gravity. If use curve gravity, you do something. Otherwise, you don't. And that way you can just do that. Velocity.y. Okay? So now, in here, I will put my two characters. Let me do something. Let me put a label on it. New label. And I'm going to say... No curve. Fuck. I still have the... You can't select children. You are labeled no curve. And you are labeled curvy curve. Curvy curve. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Gravity curve. Oh, for fuck's sake. You know what it's going to do, right? It's going to be fucked up. I hate that. The default behavior is so fucking stupid. Horizontal alignment center. Horizontal alignment center. So now, what do we have? We launched this. What would be the message? Would it be sire of mobile game practices? You don't have to have a message. Like, what would be the takeaway from the video? You don't have to have a. You don't have to have a message per se. You can just have fun and be like, hey, you know what? This is a stupid idea. Like, taxes are not fun. So what if it was a game idea? And maybe, I mean, maybe why not? I can discuss the bad practices because I don't like the bad practices, and it's a good way of talking about how they're implementing those bad practices. But I also want the thing to be lighthearted, like just it's fun. It could be fun, right? You see what I mean? I don't like mixing 2D nodes and UI. Adds a label to It's different. It's different. It's a label. It's made for that, right? Use curve gravity. So in here, you're going to create a curve for the gravity. And I think what we usually want is something like that. What is the curve? What is the curve for, what is the curve for, like, I don't know. What is the curve for physics process? New gravity is equal to gravity. Velocity plus equal... Oh yeah, I need to move and collide. I'm fucking stupid. Or maybe move and slide. I forgot. I don't know how to make games anymore. It's been a while. Look at that. And then we can jump, okay? By default, they do the same thing. I really don't like the way they move though. So I'm gonna put a higher gravity, let's say 800. The jump force is fine. And so how are we going to use the curve gravity? How are we going to use the curve gravity? It's going to be based on the height. Is it that? Is it going to be based on the height? Because we need to know when to apply the curve. I think we want gravity to be stronger quite fast. Thank you, a full year, Kamilos. Hello, welcome. And thank you. A full fucking year. That's amazing. Right? Is it what I want? What if I print my position Y? 50 bits. Let's go. Thank you, Kamilos. How are you doing? How are you freaking doing? Position.y, position.y. Position.y. I just came back from a lunch at IKEA. Now time for work. A lunch at IKEA. Okay. How do you know when to apply? How do you know when to apply? You see what I mean? How do you know when to apply? How to apply a curve to your jump? You have to do it based on the height difference, right? You have to do it based on the height difference. Am I right, fellas? You have to do that. You have to do it on the height difference. But how will you know you reached the tallest point? How do you know the tallest point? How do you know the tallest point? Because you have no idea. Wow, it's so slow. What the fuck? You see what I mean? What's the easiest way to implement? Do you like my background? I will put it again in here. And if you don't like it, I kill you. I have no idea. It depends clearly on the highest point, but how do you know the highest point in advance? That's my problem. Because it depends on how much time you spend in the air, which depends on a bunch of parameters. Whereas when you do that for speed, you know what the maximum speed is going to be. And so you know how far you are from that maximum speed. You see what I mean? And it can't be time based. That would be stupid, right? Also, isn't that curve a bit stupid in here? Isn't that curve a bit stupid? Or do you simply do an accumulation over time? No, because you don't know where you would be. Honestly, I don't know what is the best way to do that. I have no idea. I might put that away for now. I have no idea. I mean, it's not that I have no idea, but I don't know an easy way to do it. It seems a bit janky. I don't know what exactly you're trying to do, but maybe you need some integrals. No, I don't need to. Basically, I want to apply my curve to the gravity of an object, so that the gravity is not always the same, right? But for that, we need to know if you think about an object jumping and then going back, you need to know that, because this is your midpoint, right? This is the highest point you will reach. You have to know it. Otherwise you can't sample the curve. You see what I mean? I don't know. How sad. You have to specify the language that you want before translating. You do trans language and then your message. I deactivated the bot. Okay. Like, I don't have an easy way. I would need to record it once, because I don't know in advance how much I'm going to jump, because I'm forcing the velocity, which doesn't tell me anything, right? I don't know what is going to be the jump height. So, do you need to, like, record it? Do you need to, like, record it once as a developer? It feels like a very weird way of doing it. Like, you record the jump height once, and then you can use that. You know the maximum amount of height that you're going to jump. Hey Thibaut, thank you for the raid. I feel like there must be a way to compute it. You could theoretically compute it, but yes, you could. But still. How are you doing, Thibaut? Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, I'm not sure. And it feels like I need to compute it at least once. Going to the gym fixed the bug in my game and made some pixel art for work today. Hey, let's go. Cool. Good luck with the gym. Wouldn't this be a basic find the apex of the parabola situation? Yes, exactly. But the truth is you're not going to do the math to find it. You're going to run the game. You're going to like do it once and compute the max height. But that seems very that seems janky. You see what I mean? That's the problem. It's janky in the sense that you have to do some manual work, and I don't like that. Which would be different for acceleration. Curves can be used for acceleration. That might be a better use in some cases. Basically, every time you want to have something, the idea of the video will be what? Every time you want to have something, instead of having something linear, you can use a curve to define exactly how it should behave. And that's pretty cool, right? But I need to convince you that it's pretty cool. So the things have to be interesting. I see why you make dash focus games now. No need to jump. Instant max velocity. Love a good dash. Well, maybe we stop here for now. It's okay. I don't need to do it right now. I wanted to see with you if you had example ideas and stuff. So I think what I will do for this is I will calculate the height difference between the highest point right? Between the highest point and the starting position. This is weird. I don't like that. I really don't like that. It feels too stiff. You see what I mean? It feels too stiff. It feels like if you have upgrades and stuff, if you have a jump that can be made higher and stuff, it's gonna be very bad. But you don't know the apex in advance, so you are kind of fucked, right? You are kind of fucked, so you never know where to sample. It sounds like you could use the approach used for predictive aim with acceleration. I could. Maybe it's the best way, though. Maybe it's the best way. Because if you calculate it in advance, it means that your curve now only works if you have the same jump force and gravity all the time, like you have the same thing exactly. But this doesn't work. There's something wrong with the way I'm thinking about that, I think. No? There's something wrong about the way I'm doing it. Simply because calculating that in advance will be influenced by the curve, so your gravity is going to be different. So I'm not sure it's really what I want. The math is cheap enough to run in the for loop. Yeah, sure. But that's not really the problem. I don't like this approach. I'm not sure how people do it. I've seen this being recommended. I've seen this being recommended in the past. But to be honest, I'm not really into platformers, so I don't care. But like to have not a linear acceleration, but have a curve instead, right? Like you float maybe a bit more at the top, or I don't know exactly how the curve should be. I don't know. I need to look at that at some point. To be honest, it's a bit boring right now. Not sure I want to continue this. What other example would you have for a curve? What is a very visual example? What would be a very visual example? It's useful when doing stuff visually, like manipulating effects and stuff. It's a very easy way. That's why we have them in particles. It's a very easy way to visualize something, right? Like the velocity over the lifetime, or the alpha over the lifetime, or something. When you know the duration in advance, when you know the duration of something in advance, you can use a curve to define how that thing is going to react, or how effective it is going to be. You could imagine a brake, right? You could make a brake for your a curve for your brake. The brake is very efficient at the beginning, and the faster you go, the less strength it has. Something like that. Acceleration is probably one of the best. Acceleration is probably one of the best. Acceleration can also be cool because you can define a curve like export var curve accel. You can define a curve like that for your acceleration. So the usual acceleration, you might do something very simple like ease in and out, but if you want something incredibly reactive, you could do this, right? You could have like an immense boost at the beginning, similar to a dash. It would be kind of a dash in a way, like, and then you see it would do like, That could be a curve that you use after turning or something, or when using a boost or whatever. You could define your curve like that. Curve gravity, no, I want it to be here. Curve axle. I need to work on that. Anyway, it doesn't seem to be super interesting to any of you, and it's not super interesting to me right now. So, I wanted to look at two things. This is too long. I will read it on my own. I wanted to look at that first, really quickly, before we jump to Hyperslice. Wallaber talked about something interesting. I think something I didn't really do in any of my games. Having those game pillars. I like this idea, right? It's not necessarily a new idea. But it is definitely one way to put it, which is you have those ideas for your game, you have those goals in a way, those like big enough goals, and then you can stick to it. You could simply initialize the jump and gravity curves instead of blending them. Inertialize the jump and gravity curves instead of blending them. Inertialize the jump? What do you mean? Use the curve? I'm not sure what you mean. And so let's listen to what he's saying, and then we can discuss that really quickly. Whoop, fuck, I went onto the wrong stuff. Or blend them by dot product of the direction vector. This is too complicated. You can talk about at the end of the video. Remember, this is for a video. This is not for me. This is not for whatever. This is just, hey, Godot has curves. This is how you use them, and these are examples of how you use them. If you start showing like complex use cases, it's not going to be interesting. You can use them at the very end and say, oh, this is an advanced use case, but otherwise people don't care. Anyway, let's listen to that really quickly. Let's change the subject. I don't care about curves anymore. Those are shit.
We could add this or we could add that. Those might be fun ideas. They might be cool ideas. They might be interesting ideas. But when you need to decide between ideas or not, or decide what things you can cut and what things you can't, this is your guiding light. The stuff that is in this direction is the game, and anything that is not pointing in this direction is less this game. You know, so it really helps. Like, if you have two different ideas and one of them is more arcade silly than the other, then pick the one that's more arcade silly. Or if you have two ideas and one of them would make the game less authentic to Sega Saturn and the other one would make it more authentic to Sega Saturn, pick the one that makes it more authentic, right? Because this is not supposed to change, right? Features, content, structures, you know, can change in the game, but this should not. We could add this, or we could.
So this is really interesting. The way I see it, I don't know how you see it, but the way I see it is those game pillars. Those game pillars are a bit like constraints, right? They're a bit like constraints, but less like constraints. I don't know how to put it. It feels a bit different, right? It feels a bit different. So first of all, let me curve example. Let me do that. I'm gonna go on Hyperslice, and I'm gonna write something about this because I don't have anything about Hyperslice that resembles that. Finally back. Hey, welcome back. So in here I had game loop and stuff, brain dump. Let's create a new page for that. So I don't fucking care. Page pillars are the only constraint that form a directed a cyclic graph. Pillars. Put an extra 30 minutes on this so we can leave 2 hours early on Friday. Ah, okay, nice. So you see, this is from PG Parking Garage Rally Circuit. So PGRC, right? PGRC. PGRC is doing that. And if you duplicate and you put Hyperslice in here, fucking hell, put it in here. You put Hyperslice in here. What would be my game pillars? It might be a bit late to do it, but I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting to do it. Better late than sorry. No, I feel like we have a pillar stuff. No, like Greek architecture. Well, anyway. Parking garage rally. Stick to the concept. Only parking garages, arena parking structures. I don't know if I have something like that. I feel like this is more like the dash, right? In my situation, this is more like the dash. The dash mechanic is central. Dash mechanic. The dash mechanic is central. Meaning, stick to the dash. Everything in the game should be centered around the dash, and complement and complement it. It complements it, like it makes it better. You know what I mean? Hello, Peacebreaker. How are you doing? Complement. It's like, it's not the same thing. Complement. It complements everything. I don't know. So that would be the first thing, right? Skill driving. Skill. I think I have the same thing. Difficulty, in my opinion, in my game, difficulty is okay. I'm targeting roguelike. I'm not targeting casuals. I'm not targeting casuals that much. You see what I mean? Arcade silly. So this is where I don't have that. Realism is not the goal. Realism is not the goal. It's exciting to go for or silly, go for it. So this is something that is kind of unique to his game, and I feel like maybe this is what is missing in my game. Right? It's kind of what is missing from my game. Jose, please. You're debugging your thing live on my chat. It's not super pleasing. Skill difficulty is okay. I'm not targeting casuals. How do you come up with those pillars? Are they related to something specific? Stick to the concept. So this is like your core mechanic at the top. Then this is your target audience, right? This is, let me write that down to see if I understand. This would be the core mechanic. This would be the target audience. Arcade silly. Realism is not the goal. It's, if it's exciting or silly, go for it. This is kind of the mood, the theme, maybe. What do you think? And the last one is authentic. No? Feel like a Sega Saturn game. So this is kind of your constraint. I would see it as a constraint. You have one final constraint, and you want to stick to it. That's how I see it. Authentic. Authentic doesn't mean anything, no? Am I crazy? Authentic. It's authentic. Oh. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. At least it's not recognized. Then whole tishes. 10 whole tishes in this economy. You can add ish to anything. I think it's authentic plus authentic. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like stylish. Okay, I get it. It's like stylish. It's authentic, but also we don't care. Now it's, you can call it bluish. Yeah, when it's not exactly blue, it's like some sort of blue. So I see it as the constraint. Do you agree or not? Do you agree or not? I make it slightly bigger because it's hard to read. Do you agree or not? Authentic means like, I see it as the constraint, but I'm not sure. It feels like a pretty big constraint to have a Sega Saturn game, right? It means that you have to have a certain art style, a certain resolution, like technically and even visually it's going to be quite precise. So I see it as the constraint, and maybe with an S, might be multiple constraints. I think the constraint is starting this today instead of a year ago. You can say, fuck you, Peacebreaker. I already said it, Peacebreaker, so honestly, it doesn't really do anything. I already said that it was late, but better late than never. And also, I'm not necessarily doing it to apply it directly to Hyperslice. I'm more like doing it as an exercise to understand what he's trying to say. Because it's cool to see his pillars. It's interesting to see his pillars. I think it makes sense when you look at the game. But I'm trying to understand how exactly is he coming up with those pillars. Because I feel maybe they're completely arbitrary and he's not thinking about it, right? But I'm like, it's not obvious to me. Like, if I don't think about those things, to me the pillars of Hyperslice are really the dash, the arena. I think the arena is kind of a pillar in the game, in the sense that the arena will play an important role. It will define how cramped or how big the place is. So it will change the way you play. If you have multiple arenas, it's also changing that. So I feel like the arena is central to the idea, right? So I would put the arena somewhere. I don't know what it would be, but I would put the arena somewhere. Yeah, otherwise it would be huge. Arcade silly, realism is not the goal. So you see in the mood theme, I'm too serious, which is not a core pillar in here. This is not what I wanted. So this would be, if I go with this, it would be more of a description of the game, but it's not really what I went with. So maybe in the mood theme, I want juicy AF. That would be my goal. Because the game is quite... I want it to be simple visually, like abstract and simple art style, but juicy AF. That was the goal. That was the goal initially. I'm not sure I'm doing that, but that was the goal, right? And the arena, I don't know where I put it. I feel like it's part of the core mechanic, but it's also a constraint. And the core mechanic is a constraint, by the way, so this doesn't really work. This doesn't really work. I don't have that. I don't know. Those would be my pillars. Those would be my pillars. Arena. The arena defines the play style and how the fight feels. It should be reactive and juicy. That's kind of the goal I wanted. Since the beginning, I wanted to have an arena that really reacts to what you're doing. I feel like I want interactions with the interactions. The arena should how do I write it? The arena should be interacted with. That's also something. The arena are not just walls. There are things you can interact with. And so right now I don't have that many interactions. It's actually interesting to do it because it's kind of telling me I've been in the process of thinking about the game design for a while because I've been doing a lot of game design recently. And thinking about it, this is exactly the thing. I've been thinking about the arena a lot. For example, you should interact with the arena. For example, the walls, but I want more stuff. Like, the arena is not necessarily the walls around the arena, but also the outside, what is inside and what is outside. I think this is interesting, and this is something that I'm not really using at the moment. Dash mechanics stick to the dash. Everything in the game should be centered around the dash and complements it. And complements slash enhance. Do you put an S or not? Complement. I don't know. The arena is not the constraint. Having multiple arenas would be a constraint. Yeah. I read the second and third point on the last. I removed the idea of the constraint though. I don't know if I see that as a constraint. Personally, I read the second and third point on the left as a form of permission. Let the game be hard. Let the game be silly. It reinforces the theme. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Like the directions you're allowed to go. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's okay to be difficult. Your goal is to go... Yeah. It's not necessarily for your target audience, but I mean, you can think about that. If for example, I see it as target audience in a way, because if you think that your target audience is cozy players, then difficulty is not okay. You don't want your game to be too difficult or be too deep. You want your game to stay at a certain comfort level. So I don't know, but maybe in this case it's seen as a way to, I don't know. You can say it in so many different ways, so I don't know. Arena. The arena defines the playstyle, mood. Ah, okay. In this was a pillar of my game, that's for sure. Dash mechanic and arena. I want to add a pillar. I'm not sure if it's okay. I want it to have like a flow state. I want it. This is kind of related to the dash mechanic, but like flow. Let's call it flow. The game should aim at putting the player in a flow state, whatever that means. Okay, you see what I mean? The flow state idea is bullshit. It's like purely bullshit. Apparently it's like new age bullshit stuff. But anyway, we don't care. The idea is that the game is simple enough in the controls, but difficult enough in the gameplay that you can really just like a dance. You can feel like you're in a dance in a way. Player in a flow state. The controls are kept simple, and the challenge is present to put the player in a dance-like experience. It's not really clear, but you get the idea. Geometry Wars absolutely put me in a flow state. Definitely. There's disgust in your face. My face? I mean, I feel like your game is all about making a lot of explosions happen on screen in a fast pace. Not really. Not really. If I wanted explosions, I would go for a shooting game. You can do the same just by clicking on the screen in a lot of random places. So the arena and the flying and killing enemies is just the way you do that. Maybe that's too simplified. I don't think I agree. I want the mechanic to be that way, right? Because otherwise it feels like any other top-down shooter, and that's not what I wanted. I wanted the core mechanic to be the dash, to have kind of a uniqueness. What about replayability as a pillar? Seems important for this sort of game, and something that might hurt if it was lacking. Cybergunk it's somewhat true. It's somewhat true. I think it's not necessarily something I thought about that much initially. I think it was in my pillars, but I kind of stopped thinking about it for a while. Right? I kind of forgot. I forgot the roguelite aspect of my game for a while. But I think it has been a pillar, because when I started the game, I was like, I'm going to make it a roguelike because the concept is going to be simple. So I want you to be able to re-experience it and replay it a bunch of time. And the roguelike aspect in my head worked well with that. So there was a bit of replayability in mind. And also, the score was exactly the scoring system and the leaderboards were put in place for that. So I think you're right. But it's too many pillars, right? Replayability. Goodbye, Jose. Yeah, I said I was that close. I was that close to timeout. To be honest, I was that close to timeout. I asked 3 times to reduce the amount of views in the chat. Like, it's fun, I understand it, but it's not my thing, right? So I at some point it was just spamming, especially when he was debugging the thing. I mean, I see the dash as no different in my mind than shooting a gun. It's very different though, but yes, okay. It helps you to survive by dashing through things, but to me, it feels like an attack. It is, yeah, sure. I don't know if I'm saying it the way I want to say, but for some reason I don't feel like the dash feels central, even though it is central, at least when I played it. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Maybe because it doesn't serve the purpose of a dash enough, right? Maybe because right now, you don't need the dash that much to like evade stuff, so you're seeing it as an attack because right now it's mainly an attack and not that much something that you use to escape something or go through walls or whatever. I don't know, maybe. Something I noticed from the demo was that the later levels reward patience. The difficulty curve boiled down to a transition from go fast to go smart. Okay, interesting. I'm not sure this is exactly what I want though. I wonder what Twitch thinks about botted accounts like that. Many streamers have comments using stream elements, but if everyone can make their own comments like that, it's a hell to moderate. The Twitch API is incredibly easy to use. I made my own bot for some stuff, and it's incredibly easy to use, so I guess they don't care. I have timed it out an hour ago. Don't hesitate to say if something is bothering you. I'm just being too nice sometimes. I'm being too nice. And also I was not thinking, I was not even reading what he was saying at some point. I was just thinking about something else. Color space, the dash felt really real. It was the game. What? Okay. But to me, it feels more like kill the enemies on screen, and the dash is just how you do it. Okay, I see how you... I think I see. Because probably in color space, the dash has had real use cases in the sense that the dash was not necessarily needed, but it was a good way to be fast, to avoid stuff, also like go on top of a color that is not your color. So the dash was kind of special. Like if the enemies dashed also and their obstacles on the arena and you had to dash through in order to avoid the enemies, but when I played you only dash to attack, didn't dash to stay alive or stuff like that. You definitely dash to stay alive though. You definitely dash to stay alive, but not that much. That's true. Not that much. You could, but the enemies are too slow right now. So enemies are so slow that you can always just avoid the bullets and avoid the lasers and avoid the snipers. You can avoid pretty much everything without the dash because they're too slow. That's one thing, that's for sure. So it's true that you don't use the dash that much. Interesting. Honestly, that's interesting. Honestly, that's interesting because I think this could change by simply tweaking a few parameters. I died on like stage 4 or 5, didn't dash to stay alive. Yeah, okay, yeah, but maybe the moment you will reach, I don't know, wave 10 to 15, you will have to dash. For example, the moment you reach the special wave where you have to evade the missiles, it is possible to evade all the missiles without dashing. There's like an achievement for that. It's definitely possible, but for many people it will be hard. So you will just dash to go through the missiles and to avoid them entirely. but it's true that it's not that present in the game right now, right? The dashing is not that present in terms of evading, and not in terms of just attacking stuff. You're pointing something that I felt, but I wasn't sure what it was. You're pointing out something that I felt for a while, but I wasn't sure. And I think I understand now. I don't feel like I have to time my dashes that much. Interesting. You can, but is it really that useful? For example, when the enemy dashers are dashing on you, right? For example, the enemy dashers, my goal with the dashers was, because they're dashing on you, what you can do is time your dash perfectly, and you can parry them, basically, right? That's the idea. That's the original idea. In reality, it doesn't really do that, because it's hard. First of all, because it's hard, and it's risky, and you don't gain anything from it. You don't gain anything from it, really. So you better stop and wait, right? You wait for them to start another one, and you destroy them while they're charging. It's much safer. You see what I mean? Let me show you what I mean at the same time. I think I like how you were talking about chaining dashes for like some of your special attacks. I think something like that was central to the game, and you had to change it. That would make a difference. Like, all enemies have a shield, you had to break it first, so you have to dash. So I'm not sure what you're saying, but we have shields, for example, right now. We do have shields. I feel like this, honestly, if you were to change the dash with a gun, would make your game need to be different. I'm sorry, I'm not exactly sure what you're saying. If you were to change the dash with a gun, would your game need to be different? Oh, you're saying it would be the same, right? You're saying it would be basically the same. I think I agree. Changing with a gun would not necessarily be that different. But I don't think I would say a gun. I think I would say a sword or something. Because a gun is obviously different in the sense that you can shoot from afar, so it's easier, right? You don't take that much risks when you're shooting something from afar. Whereas dashing on something is closer to a melee weapon. It's closer to attacking someone with a sword or something. So yeah, if you replace the game with something that moves and attacks with a sword, it's kind of similar in a way. It's kind of similar. Saying use the gun instead of dashing. Yeah. I see what you mean. I don't think it's totally true, but I do agree. Let's spawn an enemy dasher. Oh fuck, it's enemy dash, right? The fuck? I lost track of what we were talking about, but I just thought it could be a cool mechanic for a dash-based game to have you do a certain sequences of dash to activate an ability, like 3 to 5 points in a certain pattern. Maybe you need to hit them within uninterrupted dashes in order. Yep. Yes. To be honest with you guys, I know I lost some of the... It's not that I lost. It's just that I need to explore more some of the uniqueness of using the dash for everything. Right now, my dash is underutilized. I'm only using the dash as a weapon. I think that's what... So you said you lost track of what we were talking about. Basically, with Peacebreaker, we were saying what I'm doing right now is I'm only using the dash as a weapon. I'm only using the dash as a weapon. And I'm not using it... I think we can put it simply. I'm not using it fully, meaning the dash can be used in many different ways, and I need to explore more ways to use it, I think. Right? So what I wanted to do is show you the dash enemy. Let's do 1-1. I never remember what is it. So you see the dash? The problem with the dash, look at it. You can just avoid it entirely. It's super easy. You never need to dash to avoid it. I mean, you could if you're really afraid, you could. And then you need to time the counter very well to be able to send it back, just like that. But why is it important? Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why would you risk taking damage? And why would you not just do this? Why would you not just wait and then destroy the thing? And that's always what I do. I never take the risk to counter the dash, because it's very hard. Because he's only invulnerable when it dashes. That might be the answer, Yuri. That might be the answer. Because right now it's not the case. And that might be the answer. The window for vulnerability could be an interesting mechanic that would change drastically the way you interact with some of the stuff. And I think this is a main problem with the game right now. I think this is a big problem with the game. It's too easy in a way. And that's why I added the health system at some point. I added the health system to make the game slightly harder. It doesn't really make the game harder per se. It makes it just makes the killing longer and more tedious in a way, right? Like I said, you can actually enjoy the game even if it's not being my genre, but I enjoy the collectible and stuff like that more. Try to get using a controller may feel different. Yeah, it's better with a controller. You know what? If you can move without dashing, it would make the dash feel central. Sure, but only being able to dash would be a totally different game in my opinion. It would be too different, and that's not what I want. I like the idea that I like when you can reposition yourself precisely with movement. Comes down to what you want to reward, patience or aggression. True. I think I want to reward different things depending on the moment. Depending on what you do. Like, I feel like the game is fun when you can dash through multiple enemies. But it's a bit patient. It's a bit of patience, right? I feel like yeah, exactly. Can be both, and can also be different play styles. I feel like I can reward patience by giving you. It's like being able to charge something, and when you finally hit, because you've charged, it's going to hit way harder. But if you prefer, you can throw punches much more often. It's just that every time you're going to punch, it's going to be not that strong. Right? Game design, am I right? So at the beginning, I feel like throughout the game is too easy and not enough seconds to seconds decision, right? I was feeling, when I created the bunch of different enemies, I was feeling like some of the enemies were creating decisions, right? Some of the enemies are going to jump on you, so you want to flee or you want to kill them first, etc., etc. The thing is, enemies are too easy to kill to really consider that. What happens when you play the game is that you go towards the closest enemy. You don't think about it that much. You just place yourself and you go towards the closest enemy, and that is it. And only when you start to have enemies that are shielded, or a shielder enemy, an enemy that modifies how the other enemies are playing, only when you have that, you start thinking, oh, maybe I should kill them first. You see what I mean? That is amazing. I love this one. Oh, fuck. Look at that. This is new. This is new. I need to show you that. What if the shielder showed up in the first wave? Yeah. I've been thinking about showing the shielder much earlier. So you may want an evade mechanic to build up some status by close evading enemies. The problem... Hello, FLX. Sorry, I didn't say hello. The problem is... I don't want to introduce too many complicated mechanics. I don't feel like the game is going to be made better by introducing multiple mechanics. Even the survive wave, it's I basically take it as kill as many as I can to rack up combo points. But that's the goal, Mike. So that's perfect if you do that. That's the goal. That's the goal. Survive waves are only going to be difficult if you're a bad player. Let's be honest. They're only going to be difficult if you're a bad player because they will spawn faster than you can kill. And so it will become difficult. When you're a good player, you actually want to do the opposite. I mean, no, it's not that you want to do the opposite, but you want to kill them as fast as possible. That way you can kill as many as possible. And potentially more than you would kill in a normal wave. So it's kind of a reward wave if you're good enough. That's how I see it. I think the tweaking might be... It needs some tweaking, because it's too easy right now. But I don't know. I think it's easy is fine, because you're just learning the game. But it can use about 10 more enemies. What if Shielder showed up in the first wave? So I'm considering showing the Shielder much earlier in the game. The survive wave, though, felt to me like I want to dash now to take out as many possible, so it felt good in a way. So this is new. Look at that. This is new. Remember, we talked about adding more choice in the game, so I'm starting to add more choice in the game. And right now you can go through the normal upgrades. If you want, you can grab the reward. Maybe I need to be more clear about what it is. Maybe not, because it's always going to be the same thing. But you have a small chance of having the choice between the upgrades and the reward. Meaning that you have both spawning, otherwise you only have like the upgrades. And what you can do is you can go to the reward scene if you want more gems, for example. So your meta can be, I want more gems. So you go into the reward gem. You collect all the gems, you do the thing, you're like, yeah, I want to collect the gems. It's really easy. Honestly, this one is maybe a bit too easy. You can collect pretty much everything. And then it goes back. It replaces the upgrade, okay? This is one way of adding more... More choice. I will definitely add more. But yeah. You should make the enemies on level 1. When you dash through them, they start a timer, they explode, except now they're chasing you and they're faster than they were before. Why would I do that? Why would I do that, Peacebreaker? It's a good idea, but why would I do that? It changes the game entirely. The survive wave... okay. This is a good idea. This is an idea I've thought about. Enemies that would spawn stuff on death. Like, they would spawn a lot of smaller enemies on death, for example. Or, they would require you to come back and kill them, like, a second time. You can only outrun them by dashing, and you can only survive explosion if you're super close by dashing through it. Okay. So I have that with the kamikaze. So the problem, Peacebreaker, I'm sorry again, but you didn't play through the game, so you're missing a bunch of stuff. But basically, what you're describing is kind of present in the game. I mean, no, the idea of spawning stuff is interesting, like something that chases you. But otherwise, the idea of something that goes fast towards you is the kamikaze. They go fast towards you, and the only way to escape them is to kill them or dash and evade them. How many players finished the demo? Hard to know. But not that many. Hard to know because I've only been tracking the wave number recently. All of the people that were in the leaderboard previously didn't have that. Michette, thank you so much. Hello, thank you for the donation, Michette. Really appreciate it. Your coffee alert seems broken. Oh, I didn't check. What did it do? Did you see it on screen? Did you see it on screen? No? Oh, maybe it's broken then. I don't know. Never mind. Okay. Okay. How's life? Good. We're talking about game design. So you should make the enemies on level 1 when you dash through them. Okay. So this is an interesting concept. Fuck, it's giving me an idea and I don't like it. It's giving me an idea and I don't like it. It's giving me an idea that changes so much, that changes the game so much that I'm not sure I want to think about it. Let me go back to it in a minute. Do you want each enemy to require a different approach from the player? And if not, what should make me care if enemy type A or B? Like you've said, a lot can be done by cheesing one move constantly. This is not desirable, right? Yeah. I think the thing is, you can always, players will find a way to make the experience bad, right? So if players think that something is more powerful than something else, they will start using that over and over again. You know it, right? It's always been a problem. So my goal as a designer is to give enough tools for the players, to give them tools, but also to give them like rewards and an interest in trying different playstyles, right? My goal is that you're not always doing the same thing. My goal would be that the game is not just about mashing slice all the time, but also sometimes having to reposition yourself and stuff, having to make quick decisions, right? Right now, maybe it's missing a bit of that. It's missing the quick decision stuff. You can only outrun them by dashing, and you can only survive explosions if you're super close and dashing through it. Well, maybe that's the thing. Maybe it's not present at a stage that makes the dash feel central, because you could be right. It could be more central. Yeah. How many players finished your demo? Okay, you didn't play the game. The chatter is a phony. I have a question for you. When you say the dash is essential to the game, what does that mean, and what does that look like to you? I don't think I said essential, right? I'm talking about central. Like everything is made around the dash. What I mean by that is even the interactions that you do with the UI are dash based. You select something by slicing it. Your only way to kill an enemy is to dash on it, whether it is through the push or through the slice. Okay, let me give you another example. In an FPS, in a shooter, the whole game is centered around weapons, right? The weapon that you have changes the way you play. It makes you less or more powerful, more or less vulnerable, whatever. But it changes the way you play. I want the dash not to change the way you play, because there's only one dash. But I want the dash to be explored fully. Using it for everything. A shooter where every interaction involves shooting would be fun. That's kind of what you have in VR, right, Zek? That's one aspect of VR that I enjoy. You usually interact with everything using the mechanics that you're using in the game. So in a shooter, you usually interact with the UI by shooting the UI. Because it's the easiest for the developer. You just shoot a fucking raycast from the weapon, and you check whatever is being selected, right? And also it feels natural, and it feels and when you are in a shooter, it feels good to shoot stuff to start. It doesn't feel good to drop your weapon and to start bumping, like touching UI. Jumping, shoot the ground. Doors, shoot the door. Healing, shoot yourself. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's exactly why what small 2D games are doing usually. You're taking something that is very commonly used, very like a very common mechanic, and you're modifying it entirely, or not modifying it, but you're trying to use it as much as possible. Shotgun Copman is a good example of that, right? Shotgun Copman is a good example of that. You don't heal yourself by shooting yourself, unfortunately. Shotgun Copman, but this is exactly what it's doing. Maybe Hyperslice needs door to shoot. Maybe we need some stuff like that. Yeah, I think I didn't explore the mechanic of the dash enough yet. Right now, the dash mechanic is only used to kill enemies and to push stuff. So as a parry mechanic, right? You can see it as a parry mechanic and as a damage mechanic. And I feel like there are other use cases, or at least it's not necessarily that the use case is different, but the thing you're going to do with it is going to be different. For example, I have a new mechanic. It's not a new mechanic. I have a new use case I want to introduce in some waves. And I'm going to talk to you about that in just a second, okay? I'm just going back to what Yuri said. So it can be about skill. Cheese can work, but skill should make the score higher. So you can beat the game with one button and one brain cell, but to triumph over, you will need to learn the mechanics. That's kind of the idea, yes. I would like that, yes. So narrow corridors where you bounce off the wall repeatedly could also be fun. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe it needs some different, and that's kind of what I'm doing already. Okay, multiple things we have to talk about. Let me write it down because I'm going to forget everything. Diversity in gameplay. Let's call it diversity in gameplay. Let's say kill confirm. Okay, I have an idea. That might be a big idea. That might be a big change, and I'm afraid. I'm really afraid. And skill versus one brain cell. These are the subjects we're talking about. Let's take a look at Shotgun Copman really quickly. If you didn't play the demo is still available. You should definitely give it a try. Personally, it's exactly the kind of game I like. It's actually an idea I had for a while to use the shotgun as a jump mechanic. It's definitely something I wanted to do, and I'm pretty sure I have a prototype of that idea somewhere. The game is simply that you move by shooting. Shooting keeps you in the air, and that's it. Really cool mechanic. Honestly, really cool mechanic. Everything is centered around shooting. Even like the grapple mechanic that you see later in the game in here is about shooting. So it's basically a grapple, but you shoot, right? So it's the same. But that is very cool, right? You shoot, it destroys stuff, it moves you, it kills enemies. That's perfect. Very, very clever use of the mechanic, well executed. It's a banger of a game, honestly. It's a banger. Transition zones between arenas more than an actual racing game, though. Yeah, exactly. I've been thinking about having transitional zones. Maybe I should do that more. Yeah. You guys are right, and I don't like when you're right. So this is a good example, right? This is a good example of you have a simple mechanic, you explore it well, and you kind of change the simple mechanics that you're used to. You modify them, okay? So diversity in gameplay. Let me show you what I mean by diversity in gameplay. I've been thinking about it. Right now in Dashpong, I have many design problems, okay? I have a bunch of design problems. I'm not going to list them all because I have too many, but I'm going to talk about one of the problem is that the gameplay can feel repetitive. Like, I'm not going to have the deepest gameplay ever because the game is supposed to be relatively small. So that's okay, right? This is something I know. My goal as a roguelike is not to be like, I don't know, those big roguelikes where you have a gazillion upgrades and tons of synergies and stuff. I don't care about that. I don't want that, right? I want the experience to be tight, but still to be diverse enough that you don't feel like, oh, it's always the same thing, so why should I restart? And so I've been thinking, maybe I should try to slightly modify the gameplay from time to time. First of all, I will have more downtime, right? I will have more downtime, meaning you will have waves that are purely rewards. Those waves, you can't die. You can't lose in those waves. Those waves are simply to reward you. So it's kind of a my brain is off moment. You just like collect a bunch of stuff, it's pleasing, that's nice. Another thing I want to introduce is bonus waves, like bonus-based waves in a way. Meaning, you're doing a wave, the wave itself is not necessarily incredibly difficult, but it's more about doing something else. In this case, protecting a payload. I feel like this can change the gameplay enough. If I do it correctly, it can change the gameplay enough. So basically, you are in the arena, there is a payload, and you can push the payload around. And the goal is to survive the arena for long enough, like you have to survive for, I don't know, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, whatever. And the goal is to survive with the most amount of health possible on the payload. Okay? Meaning, you have to kill the things or push the payload around. I've been thinking about many ways of using the payload. For example, it could be quite a normal wave where enemies would try to attack the payload. Instead of attacking you, they would attack the payload instead. I think that can be interesting. So your goal might be to kill them fast enough, but it might not be possible because maybe there's a dasher or something. So I think this would change the mechanic a bit, which can be interesting. Another way could be you have lasers coming from outside, and those lasers are focusing the payload. So in this case, there's nothing you can do. You can just push the payload around and avoid the lasers, right? And I feel like this would be a nice change of pace because you risk your life a bit less because things are not attacking you directly. And if you really struggle as a player, you can just let the payload die. You will not lose because the payload is dead, right? You will just not get any upgrade. So it's a reward. It's a reward in the sense that if you play well, you get the reward. But if you don't feel like chasing the reward, you can just avoid the lasers or avoid the enemies and not die, right? So I feel like it's an interesting idea. I don't know what you think about it, but I feel like it's an interesting idea to avoid just constantly being like kill, kill, kill. I've been thinking about that. So I have a question then. Could it be that the enemy wave genre, for lack of a better word, doesn't fit the mechanic you're trying to make the core mechanic? Let me rephrase it. It meets it, but it doesn't make it feel as central as you'd like. I'm not sure, because what would be something else then? What would be something else? So that is one idea I have. For a bit of adding diversity in the gameplay. You see, I can keep the core mechanic of dashing, but I can just sprinkle a different kind of gameplay during the run. One example of that is the missiles. Right? It's a different wave. but it's a difficult wave in the sense that you can die in this wave. It's about you surviving, but it's kind of different. It's just about escaping the things. The lasers. No. Do I have the laser head scene? Yeah, the lasers are the same. It's all about escaping, right? I feel like adding those things can improve the diversity in gameplay. Also, the payload could be central in some waves, but could also be optional in other waves, right? This is something I'm exploring right now. I have too many design problems right now, and it's difficult because I don't know which one to tackle first. But one of the design problems I have is that good players find the game very slow at the start. I don't know if you're still here, Mike, but Mike, you probably feel like the game is really slow at the beginning. And maybe it only starts being interesting at like wave, I don't know, 10, 12 or something, right? And the problem is, I don't think I necessarily want to make the game harder at the beginning, because it would make it too hard for new players. But what I was thinking instead is you could have optional events or optional challenges throughout the waves that could make it a bit harder for good players. An example of that is you start a wave and you see a little quest, a little challenge pop at the top left, and the challenge is like kill 5 enemies in less than 10 seconds, or in less than what seconds. You see, things like that. Things that are only going to give you a bit more reward, but that are not necessary. And so good players can focus on that at the beginning of the game, especially at the beginning of the game. They can focus on that because the game is easy enough. Do a multi-kill of 3. Only use the push, only use the slice. Things like that, maybe. And maybe there could be something to protect. Why not? Why not? I guess my point... let me rephrase. I guess my point is that in other games that look like the dashing is just an attack... I guess my point is that in other games that look like this, dashing is just an attack. Do you get what I'm saying? It already exists out there as just an attack. So what makes it feel more than just an attack? It already exists as more than... I don't know if it exists as just an attack. In many other games, the dash will be a complement. It will be complementary to other mechanics. Like in Hades, for example, dashing is very important. But in Hades, dashing is important not necessarily to deal damages directly, but to avoid stuff, to avoid like an explosion, an attack, or whatever. There are games where it's a dodge, but in a lot of those games you can power up to become an attack. Yeah, sure. But then it's one way to attack, and you still have other ways to attack. In my game, the difference is that you don't have any other way to attack. You have to go and get closer to enemies. That's the difference, I would say. You know, a game where each wave comes with a random set of rules from a number of presets picked randomly sounds interesting. Okay, that's what I was thinking, Yuri. But I was thinking, is it going to be interesting enough for players? Is it going to be interesting enough for players? Because, for example, let me give you an example. If the goal is use only your slice, do you think that people will do it? I mean, maybe they will do it because it's free enough. But I don't want people to stick to the challenges so much that the game becomes boring. My biggest fear right now is that people stick to the challenges too much, which makes the game uninteresting because it forces you to play in a specific way instead of forcing you to be diverse. And I think the game is more fun when you're diverse. What I mean by diverse is you switch between pushing and slashing and slicing very often. I feel like personally this is how I play. Even at the later stage, even when I play like wave 17 plus, I still slice enemies simply because I find it fun. And also it makes my combo higher. So because I want a high combo, I still have a tendency to slice enemies even if it's not needed. Not needed in the sense that the push can kill them instantly. The other question is why we're talking about these ideas. Do you really want to expand your scope at this stage of the game? I don't want to expand my scope, Peacebreaker. I don't see that as expanding my scope. Of course, it's going to expand my scope slightly because, right, of course. Right now, I'm at the stage where I want to go towards the finish line, but I don't want to go towards the finish line blindly. Meaning, if I see that there are problems, I want to fix them before diving in to full production mode and finishing everything. You see what I mean? So for example, if I see that the game is too repetitive, I can sprinkle in a few things here and there to modify slightly the game. I feel like I already have those mechanics. For example, the payload idea. I already have everything needed to make that. I already have components. I created the payload in 2 seconds, right? It's like a body, it's pushable, it has health, it can be destroyed. I put it in the game and it works. So yes, it's of course a bit more work, but if that slight amount of work that I'm adding is making the game a bit better, I feel like it's worth it. In that particular stage, I feel like it's worth it. You know, keep talking and nobody explodes. The game has a number of mechanics and you have to adapt to what you're given. You may enjoy a certain style of puzzle and hate others, but the point of the game is to adjust your flow to the rules. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know the game though. I mean, I know it, but so I think it can work. Okay. Okay, one thing I've been thinking about, but this is why I'm afraid, so let me tell you about it. In Dofus, they introduced at some point challenges. So when you start a combat, so if you don't know what Dofus is, it's well known in France, but it might not be known as much in outside of France. It's a turn-based game. Oh my god, the resolution is incredibly shitty. It's a turn-based game where you fight stuff, right? It's like an MMORPG, and you fight stuff on a grid, turn-based. Why is it so bad? Why is it so bad? Dude, can I see combat? And so they introduced challenges, okay? They introduced challenges, and basically what the challenges are doing is they're giving you more XP. And this is why I'm afraid of using something like that. Because in a game like Dofus, you have to grind a bit. You have to play, you have to do a lot of combat. Combat can get repetitive because at some point you found a way to play and you're going to play that way. Of course, you're going to adapt depending on what is the enemy, but you're mostly going to use the same attacks that are doing a lot of damages or that are controlling the play area, etc. So having those challenges, it forces you to modify that slightly. But sometimes it's frustrating, right? Some of the challenges can be you shouldn't move. The goal is to not move at all. Where placement in Dofus is quite important, because as you can see, this kind of player is going to be able to attack only like very close to it. So you will have to wait for this enemy to come towards you. If you're a shooter, if you can shoot from afar and you're here, this is going to block your vision, so you won't be able to shoot. Another type of thing could be we define a target and you need to kill the target first. Or we define a target and you need to kill the target last. Those things are not necessarily super fun, right? They make the game a bit more challenging because sometimes the target is something that you would love to kill immediately and you have to kill it last. But it doesn't necessarily make the game more fun. It makes the game slightly more challenging, and sometimes it makes the game more boring because it feels like a chore. But you're doing it because the reward, which is more XP and more drop, is useful in a grinding game. My game is not that grindy, right? So, to sum up, I'm afraid that, one, it would be boring for players, so they would simply ignore it. The rewards would not be interesting enough, so they would simply ignore it. Or, finally, maybe it's not boring, maybe the reward is important, so they want to do it, but it makes them play in a boring way. Right? Imagine if my challenge was, you don't move. You don't move. You simply don't move. You just dash. Would it be fun? Would it be fun? Maybe. Maybe it would be fun. Let me try. Maybe it's fun. Maybe it's fun, actually. I have no idea. I think challenges would be fine if you want people to have variety, but at the end of the day, if people are enjoying the challenges, they'll do them, and if they're not, they won't. Exactly. That's the idea. The idea of the challenges are, if you're a good player, you can stick to the challenges and you can get more reward. It's just a way to make the game harder, basically. Imagine it's a real challenge in Dofus. Imagine. Oh, wait. What? What do you mean? So, let me try. Can I not move? Yeah, okay. I can limit my movement. So, I could have a challenge which would be... move less than X amount, and I show the counter on the top left of the amount that you're moving. And of course, when I mean movement, I don't count the dash, otherwise it's too hard. This challenge really exists. Which challenge are you talking about? The challenge that I discussed? I know. If that's the case, I know, because I'm a Dofus player. I mean, I was a Dofus player, so I know the challenges. Yeah, I know the challenges. That's why I took it as an example, because I know it, and because I know how important it is to move in Dofus, right? Movement is part of the game. I used to play as well. Yeah, I used to play a lot before the 2.0 release, and then when the 2.0 released, I stopped playing. Then I came back a bit. Like recently, I came back for the new version, but I stopped. It takes too long. 1. Ouais, yeah. La 1.29. Incroyable. But anyway, honestly, the game is better nowadays. Honestly, the game is better. It has more interesting things. It's easier in some ways. Like you can have multiple. You can do multiple work. You don't have to be specialized. So it's much easier. It's easier to grind. The quests are a bit easier also. Like they reward you a bit more, I feel like. Okay, so the challenges are interesting, right? Do you feel like the challenges are interesting? Can we brainstorm a bit if you're still motivated? Can you help me brainstorm a bit? So the pillars, that was interesting. I have challenges during wave. So only push, only slice, kill all enemies under X seconds. Target first, target last. Limit movement less than X meters. Kill all enemies under X. Kill X enemies under X seconds. Only push, only slice. You have a timer that I thought controlled when enemies spawned that would interfere with the under X seconds. Yes and no. It is true. It is true. Enemies will. A wave is not going to be spawned all at once in my game. Okay, a wave will not be spawned all at once. It will be spawned in like in subwaves. So if this number is too high, you won't be able to do it. But I could take that into account, right? I have access to the number. So I could say, if I know let's say I know in the first subwave, I'm spawning, I don't know, 8 enemies at once. I could ask you to kill 5 enemies in less than 3 seconds. And I start the timer at the right time, like when they're fully spawned, for example. Because I know when they're fully spawned and stuff. So I feel like this is feasible. This is probably one of the hardest to implement, because we have to be precise, but it's relatively easy. Multi-kill easy. Target first, target last, easy. Limit movement. Why not? Do you have other ideas? What other thing could be like the same amount of dash? Oh, I don't know if it's fun, but equal push and slice. Kill in sequence. Okay, what does that represent? How do you define it? That's what I'm trying to say. Because kill in sequence. Oh, in sequence, like first, then second, then third. Like you have the numbered. The enemies are like numbered. That's a lot of mechanics to implement, right? But it's easy. It's easy. It's just tracking. It's not that difficult. It's all about tracking data. It's not that difficult. Yes. Okay. So that goes with targets first and target last. Target order. 1, 2, 3, whatever. And maybe we don't. Maybe we. Oh yeah. Oh, that's fun. Oh, that's fun. Honestly, that could. This is an optional mechanic, right? This is an optional mechanic. But what could be cool is that sometimes you will do them without realizing. You will do them without realizing. The reward should be points and gems. And maybe the reward is different. What do you think about that? Rewards. Okay, what are the rewards? I feel like the rewards could be gems, points, and combo. Kill in a designated zone. How interesting. Okay. The mechanics are becoming difficult, but yeah. Kill in zone. Avoid a zone? Avoid a zone? I mean, it's the brainstorming session. So brainstorming, we put everything and then we cut. Avoid zone. Avoid zone. Your ship should never touch that zone. Which means if there is an enemy in that zone, you want to kill it from afar by pushing something onto it. I wonder if the first stages feel easy because the arena is too big to start off with. Same with borders. You're right. You're right. You're right, Peacebreaker. You're right. The earliest the waves are becoming bigger with time, so the arena could become bigger with time. That's very true. This is something I wanted to implement at some point and I completely forgot the idea. That's true, yeah. Maybe we should just do that and that would change the difficulty. I think your idea is cool because it's easy to implement. And so we should always start with the easiest idea to implement, right? Stay in a zone like in the Battle Royale. That seems incredibly difficult. Kill by pushing a specific immortal enemy into everyone, aka Beach Ball mode. Fuck, that's fun. Beach Ball mode. That's fun. That's fun, but to me, Zach, to me, it's such a different idea from the rest that it should be a special wave. in my opinion. It should be a special wave. It's so different. It changes the gameplay so much that it should be a different... It should be the opposite of the payload, right? It should be the opposite of the payload. Meaning, you can't slice enemies anymore. You have to use the payload or the whatever to kill those enemies. It should be the opposite of a payload, in my opinion. Let me try. Let me try to write it down somewhere, because I want that idea for the opposite of the payload. I'm reading you guys, okay? I'm reading you guys. Thank you for your ideas, I really like that. This is fucking why live streaming is amazing. Because those ideas, it's not that I can't have them, it's so much easier for me to talk with you. I feel like I'm being productive right now. When I'm alone and I need to think about stuff like that, I don't think about it. I avoid it. So this is the special room where you must protect something. Special room where you must use something to kill enemies. Lure them into traps. Use the slice a lot to dash and avoid stuff. Push something on them to kill them. Push only as the slice doesn't work. That's interesting. What is the note-taking app? No. Furet, it's Notion. It's not the same Notion, it's exclamation point Notion. Okay, so Zek, I like your idea. Let's continue. Stay in zone like a battle royale. This is fucking difficult. Battle royale. Ooh, battle royale is incredibly interesting. Do you know why it's incredibly interesting, Furet? I don't know if you thought about it, but it's incredibly interesting for one simple reason. As the zone is reducing, you will prioritize some enemies. You will not touch the voids. Or you will touch them, but you don't care about the voids because they follow you. But the static enemies need to be killed first. Interesting. Battle Royale. Stay in the shrinking zone. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, we talked about this like maybe a month or two. Yeah. No more than 5 seconds between a kill. 0.5. Or don't lose your combo. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Simple. No more than X seconds between kills. Or simply don't lose your combo. Don't lose your combo, which means don't lose health. It's kind of the same. It's kind of the same, but not the same. Because you have an upgrade that makes the combo stop, that makes the combo only drop when you're taking damage. So it's not exactly the same. Because if you have that combo, it's easy. So don't lose health. Don't take damage, basically. Don't take damage. Interesting. I thought about stay in the zone, but it can be incredibly boring when your enemy just don't go near you for whatever reason. Some enemies are static, Yuri. So some enemies would not come towards you. You would have to prioritize killing them, which can be incredibly difficult if the wave is basically a bunch of static enemies, right? You know your lasers you have that's been around the stage where you have lasers like that? You could not dash through them, but they move around the stage, giving you a chance to get to all the corners so you can still attack at some point. Not sure what you mean. I worded that very badly. Can you say it again? Do you mean like you put a big laser, you make it rotate, and you have to follow it, basically? You have to play around it to kill the enemies? Your spinning lasers restrict your zones. Okay, I feel like this is not a challenge anymore, though. This is not a challenge anymore. This is like a hazard event. Like a hazard event could be a special type of event that is added to whatever stage. Yeah, exactly. That's something different. Where the zone is restricted and the laser is big enough that you can't really dash through it, right? Something like that. Or you can, but you take the risks. That's interesting for a hazard event, for a survival event. I put them into bosses. Special mode. Oh, look at that. Special challenge on each run to increase points and rewards. A special question is spawned. Kill X without slicing it. This is used to add challenge to a run and increase points. Could unlock more stuff or simply count towards achievements. We talked about that a long time ago. Those are the mechanics I need to go through at some point, but I think it's in the game loop. Survive / special waves. And we can have rotating lasers, hazards on the floor to avoid. Can be many things. Okay. Continue. Bounce shots only. So bounce shots only is interesting. Do you know why? You can only bounce if you have the right upgrade. So we could have some challenges that are tied to the upgrades. For example, the ability to bounce kill something. Upgrade specific to do bounce kill. Kill enemies by pushing enemies on the same color into them. They are different colored, right? They are differently colored, but this represents the health. I feel like this is slightly too specific. Slightly too difficult. Because you might be in situations where... I put it in here, but I think it's too difficult. I think it's way too difficult. I put it near that. Push enemies on other enemies with the same amount of health. The farting situation. Yeah, exactly. I'm sorry, the spinning lasers restricts your zone. That's the stage, but don't get hit by the laser is a challenge. Don't get hit by the laser is a challenge. It is a challenge, but in a way, it is a challenge that everyone will do because you don't want to get hit by the laser. You see what I mean? Also, your stages that have special things on them, those going to have challenges related to those special things. Yes, I see what you mean. Okay, yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah. Kill all wave enemies with a special. Oof. I'm gonna put it in here. I'm gonna put kill X enemies. That way we can modulate it. Kill X enemies with the ultimate. We are kind, and we give it when you're close enough to get your ultimate. Otherwise, it's too hard. Doop 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 doop. Do special roll over to the next level. The gauge, I mean. Okay, what? Do special roll over to the next level. The gauge. What? I'm sorry, I don't get it. So you have a protect payload. You have a kill with payload. How about a break the payload by pushing enemies into it? Ah, interesting. Like it can have a 20 health and you must break it in time. Interesting. Interesting, interesting. And it can be a reward. It can be a fucking reward. It can be a fucking reward. It can be a fucking reward. Reward. I don't know where I put it because this is inside of a wave. This can be put inside of a wave. This is like a normal. This is like just a random event. I'm gonna put into random event. Random event. Bum 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 bum. Treasure payload. Is broken by sending enemies onto it. What about a challenge specific for the time level? Kill no one. Oh, yes. Yes. Perfect. You guys. I love when that happens. Upgrade specific. Alors, kill no one. Kill no one in the survive wave. That's perfect. The meter. I need coffee. You keep working. The American will be back to supervise. I will take a break. I need coffee too. The meter. What do you mean the meter? What the fucking meter? Do special roll over to the next level. The gauge, I mean. I don't understand what that means. Katamari mode. Enemies get stuck to you when you push them. So, this is fun. I feel like this might be a bit too much. This might be a bit too much in the sense that I don't know. But it's like a charge mode. You like attract enemies and then you push them towards. Oh. Shouldn't it be an ultimate ability? Because I've been thinking about it. Okay, sorry. We go on a tangent for a short period of time. Okay. I have 4 ultimates right now for the 4 ships. 3 of them are movement related, and one of them, the one from the tank, is just basically a big shockwave like that, right? The problem with the big shockwave, it feels too much. It feels too different from the other ones, because the game is called Hyperslice, and when you go into the ultimate, you're going into Hyperslice mode. Basically, that's the idea, right? The push feels like it's different. It doesn't feel like it's the same kind of ultimate. So what about an ultimate where you go through the different enemies like that, you pick them up, and at the very end, it pushes them somewhere. And so it pushes the big conglomerate of enemies, like the big ball of enemies. It pushes all of those enemies. That might be a nightmare. That might be a nightmare to code. I need to think about it. But that seems fun, no? It could be fun. And it's for the tank enemy. So it's like, basically, it's like being a snowplower. Is that how you say it in English? Snow plower, right? Is that a thing? It's fun, no? You build up your special over time. If you go to a new level, do you start all over again? No, you don't start all over again. The ultimate is kept between everything. How about mix and match? You can't use the same move twice in a row, so you have to switch between them. Hard mode, if you do 2 pushes or 2 slashes in a row, you lose health. Okay, nice. I like that. Mix and match is cool. I will add it. If the shockwave forces the enemy to stay in one spot, it would be fine. And you can combo. The shockwave is basically killing enemies right now, because the shockwave is pushing enemies further enough that they hit the wall and then they die. The good old Youper Scooper, yeah. Okay, the snowplower is very interesting. Okay, I'm gonna put it somewhere here. Snowplower. Is that how you say it? Snowplower and ultimate. I like this. I like this. Snowplower ultimate. Similar to Mark and Slice, but you grab enemies when you go over them, and you release all of them in a push at the end. You release them in the direction you're facing, of course. Oh, I said Mark, and do you know what I thought about when I said Mark, especially with the S in here? I thought about Mark S. Tonight I'm watching Severance, episode what, 9? I think it's episode 9. I'm excited. Episode 9. Woo, Severance. I love Severance. Severance is amazing. Snowplower, Snowplode. If the tank is defensing, having the shockwave kill enemies makes it very offensive for special, but having it only restrict enemy movement, give it a defensive mode, and it allows you to use the dashes to actually kill. I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I will definitely modify the ultimate, though. I will definitely modify it. It's just... It's not a priority because in the demo, it's locked anyway, so it doesn't really matter for now. But I will definitely modify that. Okay, so you suggested something. The mix and match. I like that, mix and match. Mix and match. Can't use the same attack twice. You have to switch. I mean, I can put it more simply. Switch between push and slice. Every dash. Every dash, or every dash that hits. How do you? It might be harder to remember if it's every dash that hits, because you have to remember the last time you hit something. So it might be safer to say every dash. That way you just do blah 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 like that. Yeah. That's good. Okay. Just every dash. Yeah. We have a lot. Why stop at alternating attacks? Pop a little guitar hero thing. Yes. And then the game turns into an infinite scroller, right? Hyperslice turns into an infinite scroller. The arena becomes a vertical arena. Your ship is here. You have things falling down, and you have to avoid it by going left and right. Amazing. Honestly, that would be fun. That would be kind of fun. It would be kind of fun, right? But it's too much work. But it's so fun. The problem that I have with this game is that initially I was not having enough fun. I was restricting myself too much. I was like, no, I shouldn't do that because the game is not like that. No, it's not it's not the essence of the game, whatever. I have fun. When you're having fun, your players might have fun. I don't think... What is your take on that? I feel like as a developer, if you're never having fun, how do you expect your players to have fun? Right? And I feel like players can feel when the developer is having fun with the game. You can see when the developer is just adding stuff because it's fun, and you're like, oh, okay, I see it now. And I'm part of the fun too. I'm like, I'm getting on the fun train. I'm like, yeah, okay, pretty cool. Secret levels, like an ending, like with the credits. See, and that ties right back to treating design pillars as permissions instead of constraints. I do agree with you, Zek, but I also think having in those pillars some constraints is good, because otherwise, depending on how you're making games, depending on what kind of dev you are, you can easily lose yourself in too many things, right? Because you will add things and you will be like, but this is really fun. This is really fun. And then you have like something that bubbles, into something huge. If your constraint initially was, I want to make a game that happens on a single screen, it might be good to keep yourself tied to that constraint. And maybe you remove the constraint for one level because you want to have fun, and that's fine, right? But you don't start saying, oh, but no, I'm just going to add more screens now because whatever. That's how you make big games, in my opinion. But maybe that's kind of what you're saying also. You looked like you had fun a few times. I witnessed you play through it, and yeah, it's inspiring, honestly. It's fun. I have fun. I have fun when I play. Especially when I manage to do cool things like push an enemy toward through multiple enemies, or do the sniper at the opposite side of the room or whatever, or when I do multi-kills and I'm able to slice many things at once. Yeah, I'm having fun. Honestly, the game is fun. I'm having fun, but because the game is a roguelike, it's going to be replayed, and I felt like it was missing that. You see what I mean? I don't want people to treat the game solely as an arcade game. That would be a problem, in my opinion. If the game is treated only as an arcade game, I'm afraid they won't have enough reasons to restart. So that's why I was talking about adding a bit more player decision into the mix, a bit more randomness, to make sure that when you restart, you know you're going to have something. Okay. I think this is enough, guys. Unless you have a new idea very interesting, I think this is enough challenges. I was worried I was not going to have enough challenges. I have more than enough now. More than enough. And also, I can definitely add more upgrade specifics and wave specifics, so that's good. It's very good. It's very good. Two things I want to talk about now. Okay, so diversity in gameplay. I think it's check now. We have that check. I want to talk about that. Skill versus one brain cell. This is still a problem, but I want to introduce a new problem. This is going to be a design. This is going to be a design life. I'm not going to code anything, I feel like. I have another idea that I want to discuss with you really quickly. But I think we discussed it already. It's called meta progression. I want your opinion on that, but it's going to be fast. If you want your player to achieve maximum weirdness, make the upgrades work like a wand in Noita. I feel like this is too much. I don't know Noita that much, but I feel like this would be too big. Noita feels like a very complex game with a lot of systems stacking on top of each other, right? I feel like this doesn't really work with Hyperslice in the sense that the game loses its core mechanics when I add too many things, right? But maybe I don't understand what you say. Okay, I take a quick break because that's what I do. I grab a little thingy and I grab a little coffee and I come back and we discuss more stuff. See you in 3 minutes. Let's go. Is to automate my standing desk, because at the moment I have to hold the button. So I want to use a simple thingy to do that. Fuck, my light fell. Sorry. If you want to start making games, don't worry. You just need that. You know what this is? This is a game engine. This is a game engine. Just use a game engine. Pick whatever game engine you want and just start making games. You find a cool game, you clone it. This is Pong. This is Pong. Boom. You clone it. Make a game. You just make a game. And that's it. You're a game developer. If you make games, you're a game developer. What I love is you have no way of knowing that it's actually there. Only you will know. Honestly, oh, you know what? Let's create a moment on Twitch. So guys, let's create a moment. It's gonna be our... What? Yes. I was comparing two things that were not comparable. And now it should work. Why? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Qu'est-ce que tu dis, Michel? Je comprends pas là. T'es en train de me dire que tu me quittes? Après tout ce qu'on a vécu, après tout ce que j'ai fait pour toi? Maintenant tu me quittes? C'est pas possible ça, Michel. Tu peux pas faire ça. Je suis blessé. Maybe the ray should be way bigger. Should be 10,000 that way. Oh, it's not enabled! It's not fucking enabled. Can you do the focus on my face camera, please? It's not fucking enabled. Congrats. Huge congrats to Daniel Mullins. Huge congrats. I'm going to follow you, of course, because I want to see what you're doing. What are you usually doing? Bloop, keep it alive. Sacrifices must be made. It looks like... Okay, what? Okay, what? What? Okay. 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 I think I understand. That explains a lot. It makes sense. Okay.
It doesn't make any sense. Oh, can I? Oh, yes. Oh my god. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's a new game. Oh, that's a new game. Oh, I love it. Oh, look at it. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, I love it. That was quite an amazing goal. That was quite an amazing goal. Let me clip that. This was super cool.
It's beautiful, right? It's beautiful. It's like a secret. You can like get an upgrade, but you don't know what it is. Do you like it? It's like a secret upgrade. It's Secret Santa. Why is everything so bad? Why is my game so bad? Can you tell me? Can you tell me why I'm such a shit developer? I would like to know. I need to get better. It's perfect. Better than CSS. Incredible. Incredifucking-ble.
So horrible. Oh. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's broken. Oh no. My game. It's broken.
If you want to go in between the keyframes, depending on the snapping that you have, you don't have to change the snapping. You can just start dragging and then hold shift, and then you can go with a smaller granularity, which is pretty cool. That way you don't need to change the thing all the time. So bloop, bloop, bloop. What's happening? I'm lagging. Okay. And now what you can do is take... La 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 lam. La la la. 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 La 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 la. I don't see where this is coming from. I don't see where this is coming from. You see what I mean? And now it's not doing that anymore. What the fuck?
You can enter the ball. The goal, sorry. Oh. That wasn't expected. That was a nice move, actually. Holy shit. That is stressful. Holy fuck.
Emitting is equal to true, okay? Emitting is equal to fucking true. You fucking what, mate? You fucking what? I want to... I need to calm down. I need to calm the fuck down. I will write down. I will write there. That way I'm closer to the screen. I can see you. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. But then I'm not at the right spot. I should go away. I should definitely go away. I died. Everyone died at the same time? What happened? I just shut myself out. Okay, so then I went to the I went golfing, and then I tried to and the first thing I will do as president will be to for the most. Be another game for sure, but I would love to see more game, and I know I'm a big fan. The core concept is simple. Spells are cast in order. The order matters. Players can rearrange spells between levels. This should be a the concept of having spells in an order and recasting it makes me think of the jokers in Balatro. I feel like there must be more passive games that exist, right? More like auto battlers, or games where the core concept is just you picking up the right thing and putting it in the order that you think to create the combos and stuff, and you don't really need to play anything else, don't you think? Furit, thank you so much for the 30-month with Prime. Thank you so much, and thank you for the follow, Tactics 47. Am I supposed to... Interesting question. And I suppose can players meaningfully change their strategy in Hyperslice? Not that much. Not that much. When I played the playtest, I didn't really change mine until the unmovable enemies appeared. In my experience, the upgrades were typically orthogonal to each other. There were only a handful of runs where they combined into a specific playstyle. Yeah, Balatro, but the cards are spells you kill people with. It sounds fun. Thanks for playing ads. That reminds me to resub. That's a good strategy then for me as a streamer. So yeah, and the thing with the spells, the card spells, it ties very well into the async multiplayer game experience, like backpack battles. It's perfect because you play in advance your stuff and you let it play automatically. You know what? Fucking Chrome auto-disabled my uBlock origin because it's not supported. I had to enable it manually again. It's because of Manifest v3, Yuri. So I guess it's the moment to remind people of Manifest v3. Manifest v3 is a new manifest that was introduced in Google Chrome. It was announced a long time ago, and basically it reduces the amount of scope an add-on can have. And so it doesn't work. No, it doesn't. It works, but it doesn't. It doesn't work as deeply as it was before. It's now a lighter version. So yes, it works in the sense that it manages to block some ads, but it's not as deep as it was before. So yeah. Someone earlier mentioned multiplayer. I'm so sorry I missed your question and I don't remember who it was. I don't know if you're still here, but someone asked if I was considering adding multiplayer. So I added co-op, local co-op. I will never go past that. There's no need. The game will never be better because of co-op. The game will never be better because of multiplayer. That's true, for sure. But yeah, the auto battler kind could be really popular. I feel like we could see that, right? An auto battler with spells and stuff. It could work spell based, especially when you can combine things that are casts in order and stuff. That could work. It's just so not my type of game that I would not be able to make that. I would not be able to. Okay, thank you so much for your suggestions, guys, for the challenges. This is really cool. I have now new things to implement. That's amazing. One question I have for you, I think we discussed it already, but I might as well just talk about it again. In my game, I don't have a lot of meta progression, right? I have meta progression in the sense that you can unlock ships. And I wanted it to be the only meta progression that you have. But now I'm thinking I can quite simply add some meta progression, kind of like I can add it for free in a way, right? I have upgrades. So what I could do is limit the amount of upgrades you have at the beginning, and you can purchase new upgrades as you go. As you do more runs, you purchase new upgrades, and thus every time you restart a run, you have more upgrades to try. This is something that I've seen in Go Mechable, and I feel like this is a trade-off between bigger meta progression and no meta progression at all, right? Because this is already something that I will have into the game. And I don't know how you feel about it, but I feel like it's actually only benefits in the sense that as a player, you start the game with, let's say, 25 upgrades, maybe less, I don't know. This means that you kind of understand the upgrades fast enough. And then every time you start a run, you have the ability to buy new upgrades. So there's like a small reward, right? Especially if the rewards are coming fast. you can maybe buy 1 or 2 upgrades before each run, and so you unlock new things, and it gives you that sentiment that you're progressing a bit. It's making it a bit easier because it's broadening your perspective. So I feel like this is something I will add in the future. I will not add it to the demo. And I think I will only add it to the full game. It's not that hard, right? It's not very hard to implement. It's basically having a save file for that. It's just boring as fuck, so if I can avoid it, I would love to avoid it, but I feel like it's useful. So I'm thinking about that, and I don't see any reason to not do it. I don't think players would be frustrated. I don't feel like players would be frustrated because that's the idea of a roguelike, of a roguelite. You unlock stuff. It's very common, right? It's kind of exciting. It's giving you something to look forward to. So I think it's a great thing. One thing I wanted to talk about before moving on to something else is an idea that I had when we were discussing all of those things. I had the idea in the past of adding kill confirm. Like, the idea was you kill an enemy, but it's not really dead. It's not really dead, and you have to go and slice it again to confirm the kill. Right? I was thinking about that as an extra mechanic. Like, it would be a special type of enemy where you would need to confirm the kill, otherwise maybe it would spawn stuff, or maybe it would come back to life, and so you would need to confirm the kill, right? But I've been thinking, with those discussions, I've been thinking, it could be the main mechanic for all the enemies. It could be the main mechanic for all the enemies. And so what I mean is, all enemies, when they're dead, could be in a weird state where you can go back and confirm the kill for more points and more bonuses, basically. But only for that. I don't think the base mechanic should be that you have to confirm the kill on all enemies. I don't think it would necessarily be fun. But I think there could be an idea of killing the same, and like going back to kill the enemy to confirm the kill. And I got the idea from how is it called? From Deadlock, right? In Deadlock, you kill an enemy. There's an orb that floats around the enemy, that floats above the enemy. And if you kill that orb, you get the full points. And you can steal, in the context of that game, it makes even more sense because you can steal the orbs from the enemy. So it forces you to be really reactive. And if you're good, you can actually get more money by killing the enemy's orbs. But I feel like this could be interesting, right? Okay, give me a second. Why is this mechanic interesting? Because the enemies can be confirmed, but initially the confirmation is purely bonus. It's purely a bonus. You don't have to kill them. But later in the game, there can be a necromancer enemy, right? Or a necromancer whatever that has the ability to revive those enemies. So now it's different, especially if the necromancer is reviving them fast. Because then you have to go and kill that necromancer fast enough. Maybe it's shielded, maybe it has a lot of health, whatever. Or you have to confirm every time before it's doing that. Need to alert, sorry. Our discussion made me remind me... What? Give the music when you complete the game, saving the MP3. Also a way to reward good players. The only problem with that is I don't know if the musicians would agree. I don't know if the musicians would agree, but yeah, you give them something, right? And in this case, you actually give them something. That's a huge change. That's a huge change. That's a huge fucking change. That's a huge change, and I'm not sure I'm ready to make such a huge change in the game. A big enemy where confirming the kill splits into two progressively smaller fragments could be a fun combo with the Necromancer. Yes, that's true. So I've been thinking about that, but as a special enemy. I've been thinking about a special enemy that would split into multiple enemies first, or that would do stuff like that. That's true. I've been thinking about that. But this would go even further, because it would basically say that all enemies are turned into something else that can be confirmed. And it's just that the bigger enemy could be first turned into smaller enemies, and the smaller enemies would then need to be confirmed. I feel like this is a way to increase difficulty without necessarily adding more enemies. And it forces you to prioritize in a way. That's interesting, right? I don't know what to think. This is kind of a big change. This is kind of a big change. Kill confirm. You have to pick up something or slice something again to kill to make sure the enemy is really killed. Otherwise, it would reappear to something. This mechanic can be purely for bonus points initially. Enemies don't reappear on their own, but can be confirmed for bonus points. Later, a necromancer enemy can revive those not yet confirmed kills. And I probably had an image or something I wanted to embed, but it didn't work. In here, I will put enemies. I probably have the enemies split into two, right? Enemies shielding other enemies, I have that. Enemies moving in patterns, square patterns. I don't have enemies moving in this pattern. Sliced into smaller enemies. That is pretty cool. Color. Orange, that is pretty cool. Enemies with shield. Enemies only damageable when they're dashing. That's interesting. Oh yeah, and the easiest way to show it is to put them a shield and remove the shield when they're dashing. That's so easy. Snake-like enemy, laying eggs enemies eating other enemies to grow stronger. Enemies shielding other enemies in a range around him. I made this one. Fuck. Trading bot, how is it going, guys? Hello, trading bot on YouTube. Hello. Push Dash sounds like a name of some podcast. Welcome to Push Dash. Welcome everyone, and welcome to Push Dash, the podcast where we talk about games centered around the dash. Our guest tonight is none other than Mr. Elliptic, the creator of many games centered around the dash. Mr. Elliptic, welcome. How are you? Hey, thank you for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here. You know me, I just love the dash so much. So I'm very flattered to be invited in this podcast, and I can't wait to talk about dashes in all of its forms. Pushcast, the podcast about pushing. About pushing what? The limits! The limits! Use colors to represent the difficulty of enemies. Oh my god, I did it. Look at that. Look at that, guys. Green. Big static enemies are moving really slowly, triggering a big drop of bullets in all directions. I kind of have that, but not really, right? Enemies growing before it explodes, spawning a bunch of enemies. I have so many good ideas in here. Why am I not doing them? Enemies shooting homing bullets. Oh. Enemies going away from the player to do something. To do something. Like prepare for shooting. Like prepare for school. Or school. Enemies creating laser between them, or not enemies, just objects. Interesting. I have a lot of interesting ideas in here. Only damageable when they're dashing. This is so cool. Laying as grow stronger, eating your powers, eating your gems. Enemies eating your gems is fun. An enemy eating your gem is fun, actually. Enemies going away from the player, damn real life relationship leaking into my gaming. Exactly. Armored enemies. I have so many good ideas in here. Also, this is something I've been feeling with my enemies is the behavior is not different enough, right? The behavior is not necessarily different enough, and so even like the enemy shooter and then the enemy shooter multi, it's like the same enemy, it just shoots multiple stuff, but it doesn't really necessarily change the things. Whereas I feel like some of those ideas, like the growing before it explodes and spawning in a bunch of enemies, it feels like the kamikaze in the sense that this kind of enemy, you have to prioritize it, otherwise it's adding a bunch of enemies and you don't want that. So I feel like this is cool. Shooting homing bullets? Now this is something, because you have to, again, avoid more stuff. Oh my god. So I've done that also. I've done that. All of that could be made color blue, green. Thank you for the following, Japanese pudding. Okay, you know what? Let's stop the brainstorming a bit. This kill confirm idea is amazing. I'm afraid. You know why I'm afraid? I'm afraid it might be so good that I actually want to use it, and that it drastically changes the way the game plays. So that's difficult. Okay, I can finish something. I can finish the... What did I write for today? Dash push, challenges during wave. Okay, challenges during wave, I think we did it. We did not implement it, but it's a lot of work to implement. Maybe we can start thinking about the UI really quickly, like how to implement it. Dash push. Dash push, dash push, 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 dash push. I might do dash push. I might not. Because first I need to finish the ultimate. I was adding an upgrade this morning. Drastically changing the game just means you can turn the current version into a classic mode. That's unlocked after you beat the game. Yes. Yes, but also maybe no, because it means I would need to keep the two versions, and I feel like if I'm modifying the enemies and the way they react, I'm modifying everything. It touches many different things, because enemies and when they die, it basically tells you when the wave is starting, when the wave is finished, when the sub wave is going to be spawned and stuff. You see. So the death of enemies is actually pretty important, and I feel like this is why I did not implement all of the enemies that are playing around with spawning other enemies or cheating their own death and stuff. It's because right now with the system I have, it's a bit tricky to implement, because my wave has knowledge of how many enemies are spawned, and it's waiting for that to do more stuff. And I need to keep track of those, and so it's not easy. But I mean, yeah, it could be. It could be. Okay, let me do something. I'm jumping on the treadmill really quickly. And let's code some stuff. I don't know if Peacebreaker is here. Oh, an idea. A challenge could unlock an ultimate. Okay, as a reward. As a reward. Like in Noita, lol. Okay. Okay. Why not? I'm writing it down. Why not? So rewards could be that. And could be charge ultimate instantly. Okay. I don't know exactly. It has a reward, kind of meta progression. Oh, like unlocking a new upgrade. A new ultimate. Okay. Interesting. But I don't think I want that because to me this feels a bit like scope creep in the sense that right now I have four ultimates, one for each ship, and I don't think I want you to be able to equip ultimates, or you know what I mean? It's I want to keep it tiny in that sense. Like you pick up a ship, it has an ultimate, and that's it. And you can't. It's frustrating for some people, but it's just otherwise it's too much stuff. Too much stuff to implement. You see? But it could just reward you like that. We are going to hop onto Figma after and design maybe how it could be implemented. Because the reward system is a bunch of stuff, right? There's the system that actually counts, like the manager that actually counts. But then there's the UI. How do you show to the player very clearly and very fast what are the rewards? How far they are from the rewards and stuff. This is a lot of work. A lot of work to implement. It's not difficult, but it's a lot of work. Okay, so the ultimate push, I'm probably going to modify that, but anyway, in the meantime, let's do push shape. I'm basically going to make the push shape bigger. The push shape bigger. But the push shape is already incredibly big, so I don't know if it's that interesting. This is why we need to rework it. Push shape. Push shape is this. Radius. I feel like I want the radius to be 20% bigger, 25% bigger. Is 25% big enough as an upgrade, or do you want like 50%? Also keep in mind that this ultimate is probably going to be changed. So it doesn't really matter. For the other ultimate, having the upgrade, when you get the upgrade that makes the ultimate faster, better, it basically makes it longer, right? And you can stack it. Is it possible to stack it? Let me check if I made it stackable or not. That might be a mistake if it's not stackable. Push damage, health regen, I don't care. Stronger. Unique is false, right? Unique is false, and also the category and the target is wrong. The category is wrong. Ultimate stronger, 81. 81. Target, 81. What? Ultimate stronger. The name also is wrong. What the fuck happened? The name is wrong. Ultimate stronger. So I need to edit my resources like that. For some reason, Godot stopped showing those resources into my file system. It stopped showing it in. It stopped showing it inside of Godot. This is why. Yeah, this is why, Mike. So if you have any idea why it's the case, I would love to know. Because Godot just doesn't do anything now. But specifically for these resources, it works fine for the abilities. I guess I could remove the Godot the Godot folder, the import folder, but I'm afraid that it will re-import a bunch of stuff and break stuff. I would like to avoid it. It's not shared. It's not shared. It's category 0. No, it's not category 0. It's category 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's category 4. Price, I don't care. Ultimate. I feel like that's a question for Yuri. Yeah, that's a question for Yuri. Always a question for Yuri. So what do you think? The ultimate auto dash right now, it looks it's lasts for 5 seconds. 5 seconds. The mark and slice lasts for 3 seconds. It lasts for 3 seconds. But those are 3 seconds where you go fast and things don't move. Do I look like a Godot representative to you? But no, but you do know stuff about the engine. I just realized I haven't opened Godot in 2 months or so. Oh! Shame. Shame. Shame on you. I finished Solar Ash. I finished... No, completely different discussion, guys. I finished Solar Ash yesterday or the day before, I don't remember. Super cool game. Super cool game. I started it a long time ago and I stopped for some reason. And I picked it up again because it was going to be removed from the Game Pass. Really, really cool game. Really cool game. And I'm playing Avowed also right now because, I don't know. I didn't think I would get into it, but it's fun. It's no pressure and it's a small RPG, which is perfect for me because if it's too big, I can't. One first I started to follow on Twitter, I think. RIP Twitter. Yeah. So yeah, the duration is 3. So what do you think about bumping the duration to 50% of that? 50% is cumulative. This is also maybe too much. What do you think? What do you think? And also, okay, 2 questions. What do you think? And second question, how do you apply percentages? And when I say that, do you expect the percentages to be applied one after the other, meaning that the second time you apply it, it's bigger than the first one? Or do you expect it to be like additive and then you apply the percentage? You see what I mean? Do you expect base times sum of percentages? This is what you expect? Yeah, okay. I guess it makes more sense, right? I guess it makes more sense. Because otherwise it's hard to predict. You're doing like 50% and then you're doing 50% of that upgraded 50%. So base plus sum of the percentages. Okay. So then my second question is, knowing that you can stack that way, would you increment the duration of the ultimate by like 25% or 50% of the base duration? The base duration in here, for example, is 3 seconds. Do you expect to... Do you think, hey, I has Ford, welcome. Do you think 25 is enough? 25 is probably not going to be filled. You're not going to feel that, right? It's like 0.75. It will feel slightly longer. I expect a sum of percentages, as otherwise I could exploit order-dependent effects in order to create exponential bonuses. In this case, you can't. In this case, you can't because you don't have the choice. Like, you don't put stuff in order and stuff. But okay, I have learned to expect this. Yes, not sure if it's intuitive per se, but that's how it often works. It's easier to appreciate once you get used to it. Yeah, I see. It's true that if you apply the percentages one after the other, it's slightly... I think it makes more sense to me because it's like the easiest. It's just like you take your value, you upgrade, and then you upgrade, and then you upgrade, and you don't think about how many you have or whatever. But it's harder to understand as a player, I guess. I actually DM'd you when you ask about WebGD extensions and EMScript versions. Oh. Hey buddy, how are you? What is this project? Hey, I'm doing fine. The project is Hyperslice. The project is Hyperslice. Do my link works? Hyperslice. No, nothing works. For some reason, it doesn't work. Good thing I have this available. So Hyperslice is an arena roguelite. Let's say roguelite. Is an arena roguelite where your only weapon is a dash. Okay? Only weapon is a dash. Do I still have my scene? Where is it? It's in states. No. Links. No. I have a scene. I used to have a scene. Self-promo. Oh my god, this is awful. But this is the game. The game doesn't really look like that. The trailer is not up to date yet. Define the difference between roguelite and roguelike. Roguelike is similar to Rogue, the game. Whoops, sorry. It's similar to Rogue, the game. So there's no meta progression. You lose everything every time you restart, right? To me, this is the biggest difference I keep between like and light. Light, it's lighter. It's a lighter version. It's easier. So you have meta progression. You unlock new stuff. You buy more upgrades. You have permanent upgrades on your character. Vaguely red is light red. So that's how I define it. Okay, so let's go with 25%. I think, or 30%. Why not 30%? And so I could make my, whoops, I'm not going to show you that. I could make my localization very precise. And I could say, the ultimate is stronger by 30%, would you say? Maybe it's a mistake to put the value in here. Is 30% stronger? It might be a mistake to put it in here, because if I want to modify the value, I could add it dynamically, but I don't think I want to do that. Do I? Do I want to do that? No, I don't. No, I don't. So I'm going to put it in here, okay? Et plus puissant est 30%. Et 30% plus puissant. Nice. I'm gonna do that. I don't care. I don't care, guys. I don't fucking care. So Peacebreaker is not here, right? Peacebreaker went working or something. That's a shame. You know why it's a shame? Because I have an idea for a game. I had an idea yesterday. And an idea that I want to prototype at some point. Quite soon. I have an idea that he would enjoy. One thing I can say is that it's closer to Collector than to Hyperslice. That's all I say. What are we without Peacebreaker? We are lost without America. Please come back. Don't say that. That's how you summon him. He will appear like a savior, like, you called me. I am here to save you. Craig, grab an oil bottle. You guys. You guys are fun. So this is not how we do it, right? This is how we do it. So I can't put the not, otherwise it changes the music, right? This isn't. It doesn't work. I can do something very skibbity. For I in range, get player, fuckity fuck. Get player, get amount, get player upgrade amount. So I do the cumulative stuff, right? I do the cumulative stuff. So var, molt, float, it's 1, skibbity 1. I do that. I plus equal the molt, and then I do molt, right? On an eagle, no less. Peace breaker, peace breaker, peace breaker. I said it 3 times. He's coming. For I enraged. Hey, Johnson, how are you doing? I hope you're doing good. I hope you're doing good. Doodly good. Okay. While angry, rage. So this is it, right? This is it. We want to multiply. Okay, now I can do the same thing for the auto dash. I want to do it with the duration. I want to do it with the duration. I want to do it with the duration. Woohoo! Hee. So this is slightly easier. I don't even need to do this because I can just do 30% duration. What? No, I still need to do the mult stuff. Right? It's just that I will do duration. I will do duration times equal mult. Is that it? Oh no. No. Plus equal mult times. No. My mult is already 1. I'm sorry. I'm you can see my brain is my body is sending some blood everywhere for me to be able to walk, because my brain is non-functional right now. It doesn't work anymore. My mult is already 1, so I'm already above 1, so I make it grow, so that's fine. That's very fine. And also in here, I do the same thing. The duration is bigger now. And basically, I do that in every ultimate, right? In every ultimate, I do that at the very beginning. At the very beginning, I make the duration bigger. That's pretty cool. Let's test it. Let's fucking test it. Let's test it. Charge ulti 0 100. I have my ultimate. Skibbity bop. 1 2 3 4. I don't know if it's good or not. Add upgrade 0. How is it called? Ultimate stronger? Yes. Oh, I don't have... What? I don't have an icon for that? The fuck? Charge ulti 0. Do you feel that it's longer now? Yeah, it's definitely longer. Okay, I know the time. I know the time with my heart. I know it. It's deep in me. What? That's weird. I feel like I've made a mistake. Right? I feel like I've made a mistake. Ultimate stronger. Am I not using it in here? Upgrades icon. For fuck's sake. Upgrade. Ultimate. Stronger. Skibbity bop. Okay. Oh, regarding the resources not showing up in Godot, you could try forcing the file system to update with getEditor interface, get resource file system scan, or use update file path instead of scan to trigger an update for the specific file. It's stupid, but maybe it'll fix this shit for you. Do you think it's that problem? Because Godot is doing that when you reload the project or something, right? I feel like this is a bigger problem. There's no error about the resources, but I feel like Godot is not able to parse it. Godot is not able to parse it somehow, or there's something that it doesn't like, but it's not telling me what. And I'm pretty sure it's a problem. I'm usually in Godot, the first thing to do is first you restart, you reload the project, and the second thing is you remove the cache, right? You remove the import or the Godot folder, and usually it fixes your problem. But it should also not keep any cache for resource, so it cannot forget them like that. It's strange. I see. Charge ulti. Yes. If you want. Ultimate stronger. Oh shit. What's the problem? Name on base null instance. What? Upgrade. Ultimate stronger.png. Oh fuck. What did I do again? What did I do? Speed no dash. Visuals. What? Ooh, it's under visuals. Having to edit them like this is freaking annoying. It's freaking annoying, guys. I don't like it. But yeah, for some reason, look at it. Resources. If I load my abilities, you can see my abilities are showing. No problem, right? It's the same thing, right? And then in here, upgrades. Boom. It fixed itself. You're supposed to not see anything in here. For the past 2 months, it was not working. Like it was not showing. It was simply not loading as if there was nothing. And now it works. Ah, I have an idea. Fuck, it works now. What the fuck? Everything works now. What the fuck? What? What? What the fuck? I don't understand. I don't understand. But that's good. It's a good thing. Honestly, it's a good thing because I was struggling with that. Oh, look at that. It's so cool. Ultimate stronger is this one. No, it's this one. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Hey, it's here. Close. Okay, it works now. It works. If they're scripted, maybe you've changed the script and the editor fucked itself up. This can happen, especially if there are any tool scripts. They are scripted. And it arrived when I made a modification. I remember like some time ago I made a modification. I think I changed. If you look at the script, I think I changed in here. I changed from upgrade. I changed it to an upgrade enum to a class. Remember, we were having trouble with the global, with the singleton. So I said, you know what, fuck it. I'm creating a class simply for that enum. And so I did that. And from there, even though the resources were working, because I could load the resources and stuff, it wasn't showing in the editor. This morning, I created 3 new upgrades. It wouldn't show in the editor. I would click on this, and it would simply... I would see nothing. I would see the name of the resource. I would not see the script variable. I would not see them for some reason. And now it's okay. It works. I mean, that's a good thing, right? That's a good thing, but I don't understand. Could it be for the 5-hour mark? I'm proud of you. What? I coded before the 5-hour mark. Oh, yeah. Look who's back, Peacebreaker. Peacebreaker, I have news for you. That error was just as ridiculous. I don't know. Godot 3BS, I guess. Probably. So, to be honest, what I could have done is remove the cache entirely, and it would probably fix the problem. And I guess it fixed itself because I went through all of them. I don't know. Like maybe there was something new and it was having trouble. I don't know. The problem is that Godot was not spitting any error. That's the worst aspect. Godot was not spitting any error about not being able to load the script or anything. That is very frustrating because if it's not showing, it should tell you it's not possible to parse or anything. So it was probably something else. It was not even aware there was something, right? Which is even worse. But now I cannot reproduce it anymore. Ultimate stronger, and now I have the thingy available. Okay, that's very great. I finished I finished my other ultimate that I wanted to add, so that's very nice. Let's my other upgrade, sorry. So let's push that. Laser head, no. Game, I didn't touch you, so that and that. This is upgrade ultimate stronger. Very nice. I finished this, so I added 3 upgrades this morning. Nice. Oh, one last thing about game design. One last idea I had. What do you think about it? Let me know what you think. Let me know what you think in the comments below. I thought about a gambling option. Like, at some point during the run, you could have a gambling option. Basically, you can pay a small fee, and you can gamble to either have a new upgrade, or you lose an upgrade randomly. Something like that. I think it's in Gunforged, the game made by Firebilly recently. I think there is a wheel like that where you can upgrade, but possibly you can also lose stuff. And I feel like it's fun, right? What other addiction does your game offer? Come on, it's fine. It's like small gambling. It's like gambling with no consequences. I don't mean that as a poke, like you should use Godot 4. I just recall there was plenty of that. Yeah. No, I know, don't worry. It's full of broken stuff. I feel like it's a fair addiction to have. Like, small gambling. It's nice. I like it. Okay. It's 6 p.m. It's 6 p.m. Maybe I can try to do the change for the dash. Just call it risk reward. Exactly. That's the idea. I can do that, or I can do the change push to stun on collision. This is quite a big change I wanted to make. I've been asking on socials what people think about the push versus slice. I had some pretty interesting ideas. And one thing I would like to try is, by default, I nerf the push a bit. By, instead of killing enemies instantly, it stuns them on the wall. Which might be interesting, which might not be interesting, I don't know. It would definitely make it less powerful, that's for sure. Which could be a good thing, because right now, there's a big discrepancy. When you think about the push versus the slice, the problem is that early in the game, they are equal. I would even say that the slice is better, because you can instantly kill those enemies. But as the enemies grow stronger, the push becomes the default, because the push will kill them for sure. And at the same time, you might deal damage to another enemy. And it's satisfying in a way, but it's also very, very OP, right? It's very OP. And so I'm thinking that maybe I can reduce the OPness slightly, and then later give more options for the slice to be more OP, like just deal more damage and stuff. And I need to try that, but this is a big change. So before doing it, I don't think I'm going to do it today. What I'm going to do though, is I'm going to design, but not design the way you think. Design with Figma. If you don't know Figma, you should. If you don't want to use Figma, you should. No, you can use, what is the other option? I forgot how it's called. Give me a second. You can use the other option, Penpot. You can use Penpot. Hey, Lupo, how are you doing? You can use Pen the fuck pot. But don't look at that. Don't look at that. It's pretty bad. Okay, it's pretty bad. Do I have pause stats? Tell me I have a screenshot of the game. Yes, I do have a screenshot of the game. It's called localization. It's called Hyperslice. Assets, Steam, store, screenshot. Perfect. What is this screenshot? What is this screenshot? What is this screenshot? What is this screenshot? Yeah, I need something pretty normal like that. Perfect. Did you... Are you here? Are you here, you fucker? What? Okay, thank you. What's curves? Curves are a resource type that you can use in Godot, which are pretty cool. And we talked about that at the beginning of the stream, but we don't talk about it anymore. It's finished. It's over. I could remove it from the title. I could remove it from the title, or I could say Hyperslice Game Dev, just like that. That would be better. Like, you see when you use, it's like splines in Unity. No, splines in Unity are closer to Bezier curves and line 2Ds in Godot, I guess. Curves, I'm talking about curves specifically for just getting the data. When you define a curve, you basically define a mathematical function that would be harder to define with math. And so you define it with a curve. Basically, for each input in the x-axis, you get a value in the y-axis. And so, because it's very visual, you can create a response or a mathematical expression much more... It's much easier than to code that expression or to write that mathematical expression. I guess that's how I'm going to explain it in the video. Do you think it's a good explanation, by the way? Do you think it's a good explanation? I think it's not too bad. Like math is hard, so you can just write a curve, basically. That's the idea. For fuck's sake, what am I doing? What am I doing? Okay, so this is the game, right? Let's call it challenges and not challenges. What the fuck am I doing? Challenges. No, I'm not ready. Go fuck yourself. I'm gonna lock this. So this is the game. And you see we have some space in here, I think. I think this is where we have the information. So what I'm thinking is we could have the challenges. I don't know if I want to have like I'm not sure what you meant. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. I'm launching Godot. I'm launching Godot and I will show you. I mean, I have other curves in my project. I don't need to launch Godot 4.4, but hey, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. This is a curve. Okay? So basically, in here you have the x input between 0 and 1 in this case. And for each value that I'm going to sample, imagine in my game, I'm saying, hey, I want to know what the value is at 0.5. And then it samples the curve and it tells me that it's going to be like 0.85 or something. The good thing about a curve is that, as you can see, it's very visual. Now imagine writing a mathematical function that gives you that. Imagine having a function that, when you give an input between 0 and 1, will give you this value between 0 and 1 in y. Can you imagine doing that? It's probably possible, but it would be super complex. Whereas with a curve, it's very easy because it's visual. And then you can use that curve. You can use that curve to drive a bunch of stuff. And I'm going to show exactly some of the examples that you can, some of the things that you can do with those curves. Splines in Godot are path. Yeah, exactly. Are you making a tutorial? Unity has something similar to that. Yeah, of course. Animation controller has it, I believe. It's usually part of other systems. Yes, it's usually part of other systems. Like Godot uses curves inside of the particles, for example. That way you can drive the velocity over the lifetime. You can drive the alpha over the lifetime, something like that. But the curves are usually just a tool. They're usually just a tool to achieve something, right? And the reason behind it's because it's creating a mathematical function, in a way. A function has an input and an output, That's what the curve is doing, but in a very visual way, which can be useful for a lot of different people. Anyway, do you think I use something like that? Or, yeah, I know, I'm doing it like this. There probably is a better way in Figma, but I don't know. So, fuck it. It's here. Subtract selection. Okay. Do you think I'm doing it like that? Or not. Maybe not, right? Maybe not. Challenge 1. Of course, this would be the title of the challenge, so whether you... What the fuck they do? How do you put that? Like this. Challenge 1, maybe you would have a value, like value on top of 100 or something, whatever. The value would be closer to the end. This is not even the same color. What the fuck? My favorite font growing up was Tahoma. Roast me. Holy shit. Holy shit. Tahoma. Look at that. Look at how bad it looks. Look at how bad it looks. Holy fucking shit! I mean, it's okay. Honestly, it's okay. You know what? It's better than Times, right? It's better than Times. This fucking Times New Roman that everyone uses everywhere. Go fuck yourself with that font. This is a more normal font. All game devs should build their own engines and no trigonometry in order to do curves the right way. You're trying to trigger me, right? You're trying to trigger me, and I will not listen to you. What is my... This is not the font that I'm using in this project. JetBrains Mono. What is the font? What is the fucking font, guys? What is the font in my game? The font on the UI in here. Do you know? Do you know what it is? Do you know? Do you know? Come on. Manolo. Fuck, it's Manolo. I forgot. Manolo. Look at that. It's Manolo. Manolo. Value out of 100. Okay. So do I do this or it's going to look weird, right? Marquis de font. Verdana was my second favorite. I know it should be comics. It should be comics. Comics. No, no, no. Not comics. What I don't like about it. So this would be... Let's think, right? Let's think. If that is the case, the valid version is something like that. Don't quote me on the colors yet. We are testing things, okay? That would be the color when it's valid, and that would be the color when it's not valid. Growing up, fonts were 8x8 character sets that I used to design on graph paper. Vex is approximately 100 years old. Wait, why can't I hear you? Is it just me? It's just you, yeah. I imagine it splashes at the start of the wave somewhere in the middle, then appears on the side. I've been thinking about that, Yuri, and so you know when you start the wave... You have wave cleared. You have wave cleared. You have wave cleared, and then you have the number of the wave in the background, a bit like that, okay? So I'm thinking maybe we put them in here first. So let me design it. Let me design it. That way you can't say that I'm a fucker, and you can only agree that I'm incredibly good at what I'm doing. I'm fatiguing myself. How do I click on this fucking thing in Figma? Do you know? Like, I want to edit the actual point. I don't want to scale it. I want to edit this fucking point. Like, can I go into edit mode? Yuri, how many channel points do I need to call you a fucker? You can't do that, Furit. Furit. Yuri. Which software is used? Figma. Vicious. On YouTube. Kids these days don't even know what an eraser shield is. I will catch you next week. Have a good remainder of the stream and try to enjoy your weekend even though you're stuck in France. Peacebreaker, if you're still here, Peacebreaker, before you go, just know that I have an idea for a game, a roguelike, a roguelite, I don't know, that you could enjoy. That's it. That's the only thing I'm saying. Need to go. Thanks for the stream. Have a nice weekend. Goodbye, Furet. Thanks for dropping by. And thank you for the 30 month. How many channel points? No. Press enter, I think. Press enter. Fucking double click. Double click. I don't use Figma enough. My bad. I'm used to the wonderful software called Affinity. Affinity fucking Designer. Affinity fucking Designer. The fuck is wrong with you? What? What the fuck? What? Oh, it's not grabbing my subtract. How do I flip it? Flip horizontal. Perfect. Flip vertical. Perfect. I want to unionize those two. Union selection. Let's go. So that would be a challenge. The challenge would be put in here. I know I'm not using the tools built in Figma to make it easier, but it's okay, guys. It's okay. Just let me live. Let me live, okay? We don't need components. We don't need a bunch of things like that. Heck yeah, unionize. You fucking unionize, guys. This is how you get stuff in this capitalistic shithole that we live in. Shit show, I should have said. Shit show. Shit show. Because shithole, it depends where you live. But shit show. Shit show. Okay, I'm stopping my workout. Ooh, it feels nice. Be able to stop for a moment and enjoy life for a second before it's too late. Before we're all dead and turned into ashes, you know. What kind of treadmill it is? You can see it in the description on Twitch. It's like a walking pad. It's pretty cool. It goes up to like 10 kilometers an hour, I think. Pretty cool. Do you want me to show it? I can show it to you really quickly. Like I can do back camera connect. Is it going to show? Maybe I need to be in chat mode. Yes. This is the treadmill. You move with such grace. I thought it was smaller. It's 1.1 meter something, like the length. I'm not sure exactly. Dimension du produit. Okay, 135 then for depth. Okay, interesting. Cool. So of course it would not be here initially. It would be here. It would be here. Challenge 1. And maybe you have 2 challenges. So if you have 2 challenges, the problem, I guess... Can I do Shift A? And it created a frame, but very weirdly, right? We'll just put it into a group. So you would have your 2 challenges like that. I feel like maybe... So at the beginning of a wave, it would show... And then it would go here. What do you think? I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. You have to bring it to attention, don't you? I do. Because if they just pop up on the side like that, showing it to the side can be missed. So there's 2 things, I think. It can be missed, that's true. But at the same time, it's optional. So it's okay if it can be missed. No? That's the thing. It's okay if it's missed. Because you don't have to do it. So if you want to look at it, you look at it. If you don't, the problem with putting it in your face at the beginning is that players could think that it's required in a way, right? They would not necessarily understand that it's optional. Okay, I need to try another variation of that. What if, instead of having a full thing like that, we have just that? What if... Oh yeah, but I'm stupid, it's gonna... I mean, no, why not? What if the challenge is like this? What if the challenge is like this instead? Hey, BNBit, thank you for the follow. But imagine someone missing a whole mechanic and leaving a negative review. I don't care. I shit on them. Very violently. What do you think about something like that instead? Right? Wouldn't it be better? Oh, I have 2 colors. What the actual fuckity fuck? That would be validated. And to take less space... I'm thinking if the challenge is not valid, you strike through it and you remove that maybe. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, so let me cook. Guys. Oh, you know what? Maybe I take that, but I double click on it. And I go even smaller. I say, fuck me, and I put it in here somewhere. And maybe I make that a tad darker. But of course I need to bring to the front. Let me cook. Are you letting me cook right now? Or are you trying to not let me cook? What are you doing, guys? Let me fucking cook, I said. Oh, Figma for that is frustrating sometimes. When you want to... Okay, you know what? Okay, it's good enough. It's good enough. It's good. It's slightly too big. 509? This is very precise, right? And 507 is not even the same thing. I love it. I love it. Perfect. Unionize. It's very big. It's very big. Something like that. I'm trying something. I'd color numbers in different color from the main color. Looks clean, but how would you know what to do if only see the name of the challenge is supposed to be something? It would be something like that. Instead of challenge 1, it would be kill X enemies in less than X seconds. So you see, this is where I don't think it needs to be aligned necessarily. I think it's okay for that specific text to not be aligned. I think it's okay for that text to not be aligned. Let me cook. Let me cook. So full description. Yes. Yes. I think you have to. Otherwise, it's impossible. I can't expect people to remember the thing. I can't expect them to have like a name and they have to like pause the screen to see the full description or something. I put the full name, but of course I make sure to make it very clear at the beginning when you start in here. Oh, this is full black? Okay, this is very bad. I make sure to put that in your fucking face, you know? I make sure to put that in your fucking face, and I make it bigger. And I don't think I need the value, because the description tells you exactly what you need. I think. My idea is that the description tells you exactly what you need. You see? It tells you the entirety of what you need to know. It tells you the entirety of what you need to know. Then it goes on the side like that. This is very small. This is going to be very small. I'm not sure I like this though. I'm not sure I like this design. It's not contained enough. Also, one third idea I had is whenever it's validated, you don't need to see it anymore. So the challenge is like reduced like this. Might also be that. There are many ways to do that. Thank you for the full 29 ounces. I expect to show the full text in the middle, but probably shorter name on the left. Do you think so? The problem with that is... the problem with this is that you don't know what you need to do, so maybe you forgot. And just by the name alone, you can't see. Whereas if you pause the game and you look at this, or even if you just look at it for a moment, you can see what you're supposed to do. So I understand your logic. I do understand your logic. I'm just not entirely sure. I'm just not entirely sure how we should do it. The fact that this goes further is stupid, right? It should be the end. But it's true that the name can be super long. That's going to be a problem for sure. Also, that is way too big. That is way too big, man. That is way too big. Yeah, just like that. It's perfect. What do you think? I think I like that for a challenge that has been validated, because it's big enough that when it's in your peripheral vision, right? Imagine that the game is roughly this size. It's in your peripheral vision. The text is way too small in here, right? Everything should be much bigger, but imagine this is in your peripheral vision. It's enough to see that it's done. And also there will be an animation. It will do like, I don't know, validated, like the container, the panel will move, and so you will see that it's validated. You can change that, what is displayed later, it doesn't really matter, but it shouldn't be an issue in principle. I won't be the first to do it. Yes, it's so small, which is why I worry about the length. I will make it bigger, don't worry. I will make it bigger. I will make it bigger, because it's okay. It can be a bit bigger, it doesn't matter. It wouldn't look too weird, in my opinion. If you look at an RPG or something like that, sometimes the UI is like a third of the screen. I guess successful challenges being highlighted makes sense, since Anakin's a bonus reward. So I think you're right, Yuri. I think you are right, which is hard to say. I'm joking, of course. I think a better design is this. Slightly smaller. And the name of the challenge in here. Something like that. Or too many ideas. Or even better, maybe remove that. Even better, maybe. Shit. Even better, maybe. Something like this. That way we can reduce this shit. Ah, come on. No. Stop. Can't I take both of those and edit both of those at the same time? Give me the ability to edit. Oh my god, you're a fucker. You're such a fucker. A bit of padding is great, but it shouldn't be too much, right? Shift V. Okay, so you have the name of the challenge just right there. It's slightly better. It's slightly easier to read. and then you have the second challenge, challenge 2. And so those are the names of the challenge. And then they go on the side and they morph into something like that. I am often that I don't want to impose my ideas to your game and your sensibilities, so feel free to ignore. No, but it's true. I think you're right, because I have too many information to display in here. So I can't display everything. A way to display everything would be to, on top of that, in here, have like the name of the challenge, but then it starts to be very crowded. I mean, it could work. You could have the name of the challenge be big, and this would be smaller. So it could work. It could work, but it starts to be a lot of stuff, and also like the I have an idea. Let me try something. What if you have the name of the challenge like that, and you have the description just below? Not too bad, not too shabby. And the description can be here, but you don't... Maximum, you have 2 challenges. My constraint is that per wave, you have a maximum of 2 challenges. I would make the name smaller than description, though. It's not important. I would do the opposite. You know why I would do the opposite? Because what you suggested is correct. I think having a name, if let's say we have a maximum of 10 to 12 challenges, right? 10 to 12 challenges. People will get used to them, and so it will be much easier for them to read the name of the challenge, and they know what it is. So the description, they don't need to read it as often. They need to read it at the beginning to know what to do, but then they don't. It's still good to have it though, otherwise you don't know what you're going to do. So you put it on the side, you can glance at it, you can also pause the game and hide the game. I think you can do that, right? Let me check if you can do that. Ah, no, you can't, it will restart the game. But it's okay, I will find a way. I will display it in the pause menu. I will display it in the pause menu too. That shouldn't be a problem. Because right now, we don't have enough space. On the pause menu, it's already fucking crowded. But one thing is that you could press a button that would show you what is behind. Honestly, it's going to be visible. It's not going to be that small, so going to be okay. Yeah. Okay, so I would do that. The challenge name gives you enough information, and at the same level, you see, in terms of readability, because you're not going to spend a lot of time reading that. In terms of readability, the challenge name is on the same level as what you're supposed to do. Like, the important information is here. How many of those things are you going to, like, how much time do you have left? How many kills do you need? Whatever, okay? And then at the just below, you have the information about the, like, what is the challenge if you really need to. It becomes this if you fail, right? It becomes this, which I think is cool. It becomes this. It removes the name. You don't need to see it, I think. Or do you? I can try, but I don't think you need to. The name of the challenge is much bigger though. It's like 16. 16. You see why Figma is good on that? If you're not convinced about using Figma or any other tool to prototype, honestly, you should, because it lets you try stuff much more easily. Doing all of that in Godot would have been much slower. So, if it's 2 lines, it's going to look weird though. I would need to cross each line. I'm not convinced. No. Just keep the name. Yeah, I do agree. I do agree. I keep the name, so that gets removed. That gets removed. This gets crossed. It could even get smaller to take less space, but that works. That works, honestly. And then when it gets validated, it does this. The validation is outside. The validation is outside, or it does this. You don't see anything, and it does this. It becomes very small. Because in a way, when it's validated, you don't need to see it anymore. It doesn't need to be in your face anymore because it's validated. One last thing. We need the information about what the challenge is. We need the information about what the challenge is. And so for that, I don't want to stroke. I want to fill. It's not correct, okay? Maybe I should have created that with using this. Can I force it? No, I can't, right? Can I do that? And just make it... What am I doing? What am I doing? I want it to be bigger like this, so I put it at the center. And then I do this. And it doesn't show me. What? It doesn't show me. It doesn't help me see the point. He looks so ugly. Anyway, you get the point. I don't need something perfect. Maybe there's a tool for that, but I don't care. You can replace the value out of 100 apart with the check mark in the first option too. I don't know if I like it. But you're right, I could do that. I could do that. I think visually it would need to be smaller, or that would need to be slightly on top. But then it's stupid, it doesn't need to be that long, you see what I mean? It doesn't need to be that long in my opinion, so then it would be closer to that. It would need to be closer to that. I think what I like the most is the full checked one. I feel like it's better. I feel like it's better because I feel like it gives you the idea really quickly, which I like. The fuck is this shit? Okay. So I created this because I want to introduce it in the challenge name. So I think let me see if it looks correct. Might look a bit weird, but I would like to put that, which of course is, hey, maybe I can use that to fix it. It doesn't want to. That's frustrating. It looks ugly, right? It looks fat. I want to preserve the aspect ratio, you fucker. How do I preserve the aspect ratio? I tried all the combination. Okay, that's it. I hope it doesn't look too weird. The icon is not big enough. Usually you make the icon slightly bigger. So why do I want that? Because you can have... But how do I show that? You can have score. That's why you should use Figma at proceeds to demonstrate absolute lack of control over simple primitive shapes. That's true. The thing is, I don't use Figma enough, so I don't know it. You see? But I know how it's useful because it's just much faster. Just the fact that you can, it's much faster. It lets you prototype much faster. Even if you do, that's actually a great example because even if you're not very proficient with the tool, why aren't you using AI to do this? Japanese pudding. AI is fucking shit. Do you think that AI can do what I want? No, of course not. If you want a boring ass UI that doesn't do what you want, sure. AI doesn't do that. AI is shit. Oh my god. I have such a repulsion for everyone suggesting AI for stupid things instead of being skillful. That drives me crazy. I would need two icons, right? And also one last final thing, because I take pleasure in that. I take pleasure in designing stuff, thinking about how it will be used by the players and stuff, and how it will be understood by the player. I like being a craftsman. I like crafting my game. I don't want to say, hey, AI, make a shitty game for me, please. I want to make the shitty game myself. Is that an answer? How would you show the difference? I want to show that something is going to give you combo. Something is going to combo, and something is going to give you score. So maybe I write the reward very clearly somewhere and I don't use an icon because I won't have 3 icons for that. I think I will struggle to show 3 icons for that. You see what I mean? I think I will struggle to see. I don't understand the need for the icons. Clutter emo. Okay. The idea is you want to know at a glance. You want to understand what the challenge is going to give you. You see? You want to know what the challenge is going to give you. If it's not written, you don't know what it's going to give you, and it can give you 3 things. At least for now, that's what I've decided. It can give you gems, score, or combo. And so I feel like you have to know what it's going to give you to decide if you want to do it or not. Even when we explain it in here. You see? We could have the name. What I'm thinking is this. Look at that. I could grab my little thingy in here. Where did I paste it? Okay, perfect. I do Shift A. It put it before. Why? What? Why is it before? Huh? What? Why is it a frame? It's not a frame that I want, right? Or is it? Is it called a frame in Figma? I don't even remember. Shift A, auto layout. Yes, sure. So why are you putting this shit before? Why is this shown before? What the fuck is wrong with you? Why don't you use AI to cut your nails? I did it and saved a lot of times. On a completely unrelated note, sorry for typos. I lost my fingers, so I'm writing on my elbows now. I don't believe you, Pizzo. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't believe you. Excuse me? Excuse me? That's not working. What the fuck? It's not doing anything. Do, 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 do. Where is my auto layout in here? Remove auto layout, resize to fit. The fuck is happening? You can try something stupid but simple, put it in the title. Exactly. That's kind of what I was going for. Are you ready? That's kind of what I was going for. Let's just forget about the framing for some reason. I can't make it work. It's okay. My goal and not my call. You see what I mean? My goal was something like that. Gems. And not James. James would be something else, right? Something like that. You have the name and it tells you what, or you have an icon. That's kind of what I wanted. I wonder if Godot can handle importing an object named... I think it works, right? Because if it's UTF, it works. No? Your goal was to have James. Gotcha. Exactly. What do you like? What do you think about that? It tells you the reward. Challenge 1. Gems. Bloop. And so then we would put it in here. That's an option, honestly. That's an option. Because I don't feel like I can come up with good icons for score and combo. You see? So maybe I do that and then I do that. Can I make it gems? Huh? Okay. I prefer. It's too big. It's too big. It's too big. Something like that. I don't like it. I generally start with text and then maybe replace it with an icon later if I feel like it's a text is fine by me. I see what you mean. That's clever, actually. You start with the easiest option, and then if you can replace it smartly, you replace it. But don't put it between the title and the challenge value. It can be confusing. That's true. You're right. Maybe if it's small, it's okay. No, you're right. It can be confusing. You're right, I think. Challenge 2? It could be color coded also, but no, because my UI is fully yellow. I wouldn't put it next to the value in any form. I agree with you, but at the same time, it's separated. So theoretically, it's like, yeah. But you're right. Extra line after description, you get gems. Extra line after description? Are you telling me? Extra line after description. Like that? You get... I didn't read. I would say reward, personally. I would say reward. And with the dots, I think you're right. With the dots, it's important because it helps. Maybe it helps, like, reading the information. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see if it's needed. It would be this color. How do you make it dotted? Solid dashes. This is amazing. I use dot just for the formatting here to mean align gens to the right. Yeah. But maybe it's good actually to have the dashes. We'll try. Okay. We'll try. Okay. Let me try. Let me fucking try. Gap. Can I change the gap? I can't change the gap. Why can't I change the fucking gap? You fucking what, mate? I can't change the gap. How crazy is this? It looks ugly as fuck. If I can change the dash. The gap. Why is it centered like that? Inside, outside, inside, outside. Oh, it doesn't want to change? Can I place it exactly where I want? And not in between those two fucking things? I can't? Just put it at 0.5, you fucker. Okay, thank you. What do you think? I guess the advantage is that it closes the it helps closing the thing, like separating it in a way, but at the same time it feels weird. But at the same time, okay, I'm trying something else. If I remove it entirely, it doesn't make any sense, in my opinion. So then, why not just do that? Why not simply like we say what the reward is? That's better, right? With the same amount of space. What? It doesn't want? Because of the kill, because she's much bigger than the rest. Anyway, doesn't matter. Do you want it to be easy to read at a glance? Then put it in far from the description. That's true. I'm trying so many different things. This is weird. Why not that? Reward gems. It could work. I feel like writing reward. I feel like writing reward is so much space wasted though. I feel like if you show an icon, people will understand. This reward could be written in the full description in here. It could be written, but then you don't have to show it. But this is good though. We are progressing. I kind of like it. I see it. I see it being animated, right? This is what I see. You can remove that. This is what I see, guys. Let me show you. This is what I see. Do you think it's going to work? Maybe not. I don't know if the smart animate will work. Hey, Jackie! Jackie! How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Just slap a gift in there. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Be explicit as you can be without being too verbose. Yeah. I land my ideas to the one brain cell players. Totally. Hello. How are you doing? Also, direction intent to enhance you get, or at least rewards. Okay, I see. How are you doing, raiders? I hope you're doing good. Oh crap, it's Mr. Almeida. I know exactly what you're referring to. I know exactly what you're referring to, Razio. I never checked. Maybe I should check what Jackie said about Dashpong. Maybe I should. Because then we could start a war. We could start a fucking war, and I have things to say. Anyway, welcome. How are you doing? You've been automoted because you said shut up. What were you doing? Nostalgia explosion, old school RuneScape. What is this? What do you mean? You were playing RuneScape? Unclick, navigate to, destination, animation, smart animate. I'm wondering if it's going to work. Not sure though. We'll see. Smart animate. Can I tell it to start with this? I have no idea. So welcome everyone. We are working on Hyperslice. I was doing we did a lot of game design before, and I was preparing some UI to introduce challenges. And it's going great. I think we have some cool stuff ready. Oof. The smart animate is so bad. Why? The smart animate in that direction works well, in the other direction it doesn't work well. The fuck is this? This is so stupid. Why does it work so good in one direction and not the other? Incredibly stupid. But you get the idea, right? Basically the challenge would appear like that. The challenge name, the reward type. I don't like the reward type being here. I don't like that. It tells you what you need to do, and then it would move to the side. Right? Then it would move to the side, and the side would look like this. The side would look like this. Of course, we remove all of that. I think we said this one, right? So all of that is removed. We're going to use that. We can remove all of this. All of this is for later. And the challenge would look like this, basically. Put challenge 1 to the left, gems to the right, align everything to my design. You think I will? Challenge 1 to the left? What, you mean here? Like this? could work. It could work. Right? It could work. Okay, let me try it in here. It could work. I don't know if that's what I don't know if that's what you're suggesting, but I feel like we could have that line in here. And the gems would be very far away though. That might be a problem. If that is aligned here, I think that might need to be aligned to that instead. Maybe not. I like. You like it? EMO? If this is the case, then it should look like this. Better than the dot separated version. Yeah, but also we are not the same spot exactly, so it's different, right? Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Do you hear me right now? Don't hesitate to give your opinion, raiders. Give your fucking opinion, raiders. In here, we are free to give our opinions. What do you think about that? What do you think about that? What is the what the fuck is this music? Hear me out. What do you think about that? We... I feel like this gems in here is weird. People won't understand what it means. You see what I mean? People won't get it. Also, it's the same size as the... it's the same fucking size as the rest. So people won't get it. What if on the same line the description but on black? What if it's on the same line as the description but on black? What do you mean? What do you mean? Like a black tail for the description capsule? Like... like that? Like that? Is that what you're suggesting? Why can't I see it? It's not on. It's not here. Ah! What? Why is it in my union? My rectangle? What are you suggesting, you fucker? What are you here? The fact that those unions are never... Ah, it's here. I just moved the wrong one? Okay. Like that? Is that what you're suggesting? Why is it grouped? Why is it grouped? Why this fucking thing is grouped? Ah! Yes, that's the direction. Fuck, you're clever. You're clever. Do you do any UI I can sense you've done UI in your life, right? I have the feeling it's not the first time you've done UI in your life. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, I like it. Okay, I like it. It makes it less boring. And also I can see the animation. I can see the animation. You can imagine the growing and the skleek blap bloop. It's perfect. I'm all about you and I. And you're a smooth operator at the same time. I can smell the UX on you. It's an approach, but it's a very weird approach specific to people that are interested in UI and UX. So if you try that on a normal person, it doesn't work. And people are confused. And there's probably a joke, the same joke you made about you and I, you can probably do the same thing about you and X. And like, I'm thinking about you, not my ex, but I don't know. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. There's something I don't like. I'm not sure I like the fact that this is aligned to the component in here, the panel, but not the text. But if I align it to the text, it feels slightly weird, no? What do you think in terms of alignment? What do you prefer? Right? What do you prefer? Align to the container is not normal. That's not what you do, I think. I like the empty space alignment. So, aligning to the container, aligning to the panel, leave it to the professionals. This is nice though. To text, yeah, it makes more sense, right? Because when you're reading text, you want the text to feel. And again, the goal is to make it easier for the player to parse. The players should see that and be like, "Oh my god, skibbity bop, I understand," right? We went from that blocky, hard to read, uninteresting, to this sexy. No, this. Sorry. So let me put that after, because this is the final one. Sexy, readable, innovative. That's crazy, right? This is why you use Figma. Maybe you don't fucking care about doing good UI, but if you do, this is why you use a design tool. Because you iterate incredibly fast, much faster than in Engine, and you start from this, and you make something, again, much more readable. I think the final decision is here. Much more readable, with like all the information where they need to be. And you simplify. That's the most important. You simplify. And then, of course, the following is when it's completed is that, and when it's removed, it's that. No, this is perfect. You really just insert in skibbity bop randomly in the phrase. Yes. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 42 minutes. I can tell you that I'm getting tired. And so when I'm getting tired, I say skibbity bop or skibbity bop bop. I don't know. I like that. So the challenge now is going to be, honestly, the challenge is going to be, it's going to be having this and transition nicely to there. I would love to have a transition, because transitions, okay, so quick UI and UX, how can I say that? Teaching course for you guys. Transitions are not useless. Transitions are not useless. They help guide the eyes. They help the user to understand what you want. You see? So, why do I say that? If you show the challenge in here, imagine you show the challenge. It's in the middle of your fucking screen, so the player is going to see it. It disappears. Imagine you make it disappear and you make it reappear somewhere else. You didn't guide the player, so they might be confused. They might not know where it is. Instead, if you're showing it in the middle, and then somehow you're morphing it and you're putting in here, and you have a transition, a nice transition, the player immediately understands, right? So that's why you have transitions. Because an abrupt change can be very disorienting in a way. But maybe it doesn't matter. To be honest with you, I will probably start with an abrupt change. Because if you don't have an abrupt change, you need a slightly more complex UI now. You see what I mean? You can also fake it, to be honest. You could also fake it. Meaning, let me show you what I mean by that. You could fake it, and it could still work. You could have a fake transition. Instead of having a real transition which morphs into which is doing like a real morph and stuff, you could just show the challenge. The target that you have is this. If your animations make sense, it can work. You put that in here. Okay? And then you could fake it by like grabbing this, like reducing that, making this be like small, animated towards the side like this, like, and then here it grows again. So you fake it in the sense that instead of having one component that does both of the things and that morphs nicely into the other one, you have two separate components and you just have something that transitions between the two to guide the player, like, and then it becomes bigger and it shows the thing, right? You could do that. More users would read pop-ups if they bounce around. Maybe. Or maybe not. Or maybe not. But initially, I will probably make my life easier and not design something that morphs from this to this. Even though it's not that hard, to be honest. It's not that hard to morph that into that. Because why? We have the same logic, right? This big thing becomes this small thing. It's the exact same thing, but scaled down. But theoretically, it's not the same thing because it's not scaled down. It's reduced in size. It's cropped. Otherwise, the angle in here is not the same. The challenge name is still here. The description becomes this. The gems goes here. We have the same information, right? It's all about rearranging. It can be complicated though. It can be really challenging. I might not do that. I might make my life simple. Are we proud of our work today? Honestly, I think I am, right? What do you think? We talked a lot about the different design decisions, and honestly, I have a ton of ideas and things to implement. So that's pretty cool. And second, we designed that, and now I have something very clear to implement in terms of UI. By the way, you could add that skewed rectangle as a background for the reward gems in the short version. Like this. Like that. Is that what you're suggesting? It could theoretically be exactly aligned, right? Can I move it exactly where I want? You won't let me? You fucker! Let me click. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let me click and input what I want. Yes, but yellow. I can't. Are you kidding me? Okay, I'm doing it like that. That's okay. That could work. That could fucking work. That could fucking work. I'm not sure of the design exactly. Oh, I forgot the word. I forgot that that there was reward also. Where is reward? Reward. Oh, but you're here, right? That's okay. Usually with Alt you can do precise in Affinity PS, but not in here. If you do Alt, it duplicates. If you do Alt, it duplicates. Maybe if you do Alt and Shift, no. If you do Alt and click and Control, no. If you do Alt and I don't know, no, you can't. But if you hold after you start dragging, maybe you're right. No, look at that. I click, I start dragging, I hit Alt, it duplicates. I don't know. So what do you think about it? It feels a bit weird in my opinion. Right now it feels a bit weird because it looks like it looks a bit weird. If I put it like that though, and I make the text yellower, I think it looks better. I think it looks better if it's not the same color. Otherwise it loses a bit. It loses something. It feels... That's the only problem, I would say. It draws your attention even though it's not super important. You see what I mean? It draws your attention even though it's not super important. It draws your attention, whereas, to be frank... Well, this is shit, but you get the idea. I feel like it would be better on top, but no, it's not. It's kind of important. You want to know if it's worth to pursue the challenge. You're right, but I feel like it's becoming even more, it's taking even more spot than the rest. It feels like it's drawing the attention a lot, even more than the actual challenge itself. But maybe it is. Maybe it's skewed on both sides. It feels like a boat now. Don't you think? And here we go, another design. Holy shit. Another fucking design. Skewed in the same direction. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I wanted to do both things separately, but it didn't work. Flip vertical is Shift V. I should use the things. It looks like a sword now. You and your it looks like, that's true, it looks like a fucking sword, like a machete. I will need to get a coal. Lego. It looks like a toothbrush. That's the thing, a bit like a toothbrush. That's true, a bit like a toothbrush. Honestly, I like the idea. I like the idea of using that. But I feel like it's just not. It's just not used correctly on the reward itself. Also, the reward was not aligned anymore. I feel like it would be better. I feel like it would be better in here in a way to complement the challenge, because the challenge name is like kind of more important. And of course, this would need to be this color. No. We need to be that color. That looks good. I'm vibe coding. Yes. So this is like getting an AI to design stuff for you. Yuri tells the computer what he wants, and after some processing, it's there. After some bad processing sometimes, right? Because it's like, do that. I do the things like, no, the other that. Oh, okay. Honestly, like that, it's not too bad. I kind of like it. I kind of dig it. It's just a shame. It's just a shame that the valid signal is like that. It's just a shame that it's the opposite direction, because otherwise I could have just turned that into the right color. When it's ready, I would have done boom. The problem is that I would need to flip it, and if it's flipped, it looks stupid, right? Don't you think it looks stupid? Look, I've learned the shortcut. It looks a bit stupid, right? Like a captain's hat. I mean, if I'm using a shader to do that, Yuri, maybe you have experience with that. How expensive is it to use a panel versus a shader? A panel is a shader, right? How are the panels constructed inside of Godot? Do you know? It's basically a custom shader, right? It has to be. Otherwise, what would it be? When you define, like, if it's rounded or not, if it's skewed or not, it's basically a shader, right? What I mean by that is, you mean a style box? It's expensive. Yeah, that's what I meant. Because to do that, I could use a style box, for example, right? I could use a style box instead of using a texture. But if I'm using a shader, then I can transition from the angle being cut in here, in that direction, to being cut in that direction to validate it, right? I can definitely do that. I will keep it like that. I like it. Honestly, I like it. I like it. And I like these two tones also. These two tones that we have, I like it. I really do. I really do like it. Having two tones like that, it feels nice. For some reason, it feels nice. It feels... Measure the colors with some contrast meter tool, though. It's probably not contrasted enough. That's very true. But, fuck blind people. Oh, fuck, I wanted to talk about something. Okay, I really need to go, but I want to show you something before we leave, okay? I want to show you something. We made a lot of progress, I'm happy. I want to show you one thing, okay? Are you ready? Let me show you that.
Hi, this is a game me and a couple of friends have been working on since, yeah, it's been a year now. Gorecore is a fast-paced movement shooter. Yeah, that's been said a bunch of times before, but the way we want to differentiate ourselves is, yes, with the atmosphere and story of the game, but mainly we want to make a bunch of little mechanics that are easy to learn but challenging and rewarding to master. We want these guns to be intertwined with each other, and the synergies to be as intuitive and fun as possible. I can say that as much as I want, but
Jesus Christ, designing these have been like...
We're planning on having a demo available soon, but it'll just be an endless arena and maybe a few levels.
Do you forgive me? Will you still wishlist again?
Alright, see you guys. Bye-bye.
Few things to say. This might not... fuck, this might not be your type in terms of how the game is shown. Like it's a bit meme-esque with it's a bit memey with the editing is a bit cringe if you're like past 20 in my opinion. But that being said, this game Gorecore was announced and is doing pretty well on Steam, if I'm correct. I would need to have the stats. SteamDB. Do we have the stats of where it was when it was announced? Max. Does that mean that the page was registered in 27th? Right? If it goes that far, it means 27th November 2024, right? And what do you see here? Starting from around the 8th, February 8th, a month ago, premiered on February 4th. Do you see the logic here? Do you see the correlation? 250k, 257k views, okay? Premiered February 4th. February 4th, and then 600 followers, roughly 6,000 wish lists. This is pretty good. I calculated, I think it's 2.4 conversion rate. So you make one video which has 250,000 views. You have to make a video that has 250,000 views, of course. You make a video, and it converts at 2.5%, and you get 6,000 wish lists on a game. That looks interesting, at least to me, but with a very bad Steam page. Like the logo in here is incredibly shit. Let's be honest. While the screenshots are okay, like they're passable, it's the minimum amount you can put on a Steam page. It's supposed to be a fucking FPS, and the first 3 screenshots are not even showing you the gun and the enemies. And there's no trailer. And the rest of the Steam page is meh at best. There's 1 GIF, 2 GIFs, but it's not like it's revolutionary or anything. 6,000 wish lists on a game that has been announced like a month ago. Everything coming from that. 1 fucking video that kind of blew up. Don't you think it's crazy? So why am I showing you this? The Steam page, the YouTube page, they don't have a lot of subscribers, right? They got all of their subscribers. I can tell you they got all of their subscribers from this video. If this video made like 9k views 4 months ago, they got like, I don't know, 1,000 subscribers or something. So it's really coming from 1 video. Why am I telling you this? Could it be a way to announce games? So, hear me out. It's a stupid way to work on a game, in my opinion. Like not showing things for 1 year. Not showing things for 1 year of working on a game to, in the end, have a Steam page that looks like this is untapped potential. It's really stupid, in my opinion. It's really, really stupid. If you're going to use the announcement effect, you should have something quite cool, right? In here, it's missing a ton. I'm pretty sure they're missing some conversion because people arrive there, look at the Steam, look at the capsule and the screenshots, no trailer and stuff, and they're like, meh, and they don't wish lists. I'm pretty sure they're losing people. But what I find interesting is you basically, if you look at the video, I'm going to make it appear in the beginning. What I think is interesting about this video and about this approach that I don't see very often, right? When you look at indies, this is clearly going to be a devlog series. They're going to show more of the game, I think. This is an interesting approach because it's a very short video that basically acts as a trailer, which starts with, oh, come on, show me. Why? Which starts with a lot of action, Immediately they're telling you what you're watching. A lot of action, they're showing you a bunch of different places. Boom, 8 seconds into the thing, they stop. And they introduce themselves. They talk, they say, hey, this is what you're seeing here is Gorecore. Boom, introducing the name of the game. Introducing what the game is. Just after that, Gorecore. What the game is. It's a shooter that I've been making with friends about a year ago. So they're showing you that they've made some progress. They're telling you exactly what you should expect. What is the genre. And they know right away, they defuse the bomb. Right away they know that this is a saturated genre. And so they have to convince you now. Because this hooked you. Fast gunplay, movement shooter and stuff. If you're into that kind of game, you may be like, oh, interesting. Then they talk about it. And then they explain that it's a fast-paced arena shooter. Oh shit. But I know those games. I've seen tons of games like that. Am I really interested? And they tell you why you should be interested. They know it's not necessarily revolutionary, but they're going to make it good, and they're going to apply new mechanics and stuff that should convince you. I think it's clever. Honestly, I think it's pretty interesting how it's done. I think it's pretty interesting. And the way it's done, pretty fast and stuff, a bit meme-ish and stuff. It gives players, potential players, something, right? It can get them excited. What I'm saying is that you can achieve the same amount of hype trailer with like 1 month of work. You don't need 1 year of work to do that. You need 1 month of work. You need basic, like if you look at what they're doing, they're not showing anything during the trailer, really, right? They're making a lot of promises, but they're not showing anything. They have very simple enemies, they have simple FPS movement, and they have a few environments. You can do that in even less than a month, to be honest. You can, if you're going fast, you're doing that in like what? A week or two. A week or two, you're showing some stuff. And you use that as a way to check if the project is going to go somewhere. It's like the most advanced version. It's like a most advanced version of I'm posting my prototype on socials and I'm seeing if people react. So I don't know what you think about it. Maybe I'm overthinking it but I think marketing wise it's very clever to do it that way. So not the part about working on the game for 1 year without telling anyone. That's very stupid. But having like this short announcement that convinces people, and people react really, really strongly to that. Because people, even if you're doing an Ultra Kill clone, people are looking for games like that. There's not enough games like that. They want more fast FPS shooters for some reason. Another example of that, another fucking example of why people want games like that and how it can be successful. Oh, look at me, it's me. Game about weak points. I've seen a video recently about that. Look at that. 3 months ago, making a game about weak points, 1.3 million views. 1.3 million views. You can watch the video if you want. The video is not super well done. The pacing is a bit off. The narration is a bit boring. And the game itself is cool, but it's nothing revolutionary, especially since many of the mechanics introduced are modified because you have things that allow you to not use the weak points. I played the game, it's interesting, but it's definitely underdeveloped. But still, there is this idea, again, he made the game relatively fast, I think. It was made like, I don't remember, but he talked about it, like maybe or no, he worked on it for very long. Because he stopped working on it, I don't know. Anyway, what you're doing here, you can achieve that again in not a long time. I made an FPS with different enemies and different levels and stuff in like, I think it was 2 weeks? I don't remember how long I took. 2 weeks? 1 week maybe? I don't even remember. You can watch my video about the subject. What I'm trying to say is, could it be a meta? Could it be a meta to make a game? Of course, you have to make a game in a genre that can be hyped, that can be interesting to people. You make a game quite fast. You make like a jam version of that game, a vertical slice of that game. You make a video about it. You have to make a good video. You don't make a video in a devlog format, like where you take your time and where you make a video quite fast, where you give players something and you gauge you check how interested people are. I feel like there's something. Of course, I'm biased as fuck because I'm looking at good results and I'm saying you can just make that, which is biased as fuck because how many people have tried something similar and failed miserably. This video could have 258 views, right? It could. Personally, I clicked on it because I feel like the combination, I saw it on my feed, and the combination of, honestly, an interesting thumbnail, right? That design in here, that enemy design, I guess, or protagonist design, with the name, combined with the title that was very not descriptive, and with the channel name that was also Gorecore, I was like, what the fuck is Gorecore? It was intriguing to me. And I think this is exactly, they did something very good in here, because they allowed players to click on that, and not just game devs. When you're saying devlog 1, right? When you're saying devlog 1, you might be interesting. You might get the attention of game devs instead of getting the attention of players. When you're doing something so generic or so weird, you might get the attention of more people, right? And so I clicked on it, and immediately it starts in your face. It's shooting, you jump, sniper boost, it's showing me level design. It hooked me. That is the hook. And it worked. It worked. It hooked me. And immediately they're diffusing the hook by explaining to me why I should continue watching that. Honestly, it's well constructed. I don't know what you think. Gorecore? Isn't that the son of the guy who invented the internet? What? What do you mean? Legendary YouTube pool? What the hell? New Ultrakill fan game? Ultrakill the sequel? Ultrakill becoming a genre is a blessing to the industry? The editing alone made me want to wishlist the game. That's interesting, right? We got Souls-like, Armored Core-like, now Ultrakill-like. Hello, Birdie flew into my room, held a gun. Thank you, Akita, for making low poly games and boomer shooters popular again. Oui? La petite soupe. La soupinette. T'en prends pas une autre pour Mimi? Ou je lui donne moi? Ouais, je lui donne moi. Viens, Mimi. Wait, no, that's all gore. This legit interesting, and for a year of work, it seems like you're being pretty working hard. I'm invested. So this, I don't understand. This, I don't understand. Honestly, with my experience, I feel like I'm making what I'm seeing here, I'm making it in 2 to 3 weeks maximum. And if I want to convince people of an idea that I have, and I have a strong idea of where I want to go, I fake the things, I build the things, even though the systems are not here. I show multiple weapons, maybe the weapons are not working. I show multiple environments just like at the beginning, and the environments are empty as fuck. Like look at the arena at the beginning. The arena is empty as fuck. There's nothing to see here. Nothing to see. 1 year of work. Maybe I'm wrong, and they have a lot to show, but from what I'm seeing right now, they don't have a lot to show for 1 year with 4 people. But probably because they're relatively young, and probably because it's like their first game, in the sense that the other game that they made is actually not even on Steam, right? Like they made a devlog 4 months ago about Fossa, Gorecore devlog. and they reintroduced the game completely differently. Fossa seems to be another type of game, right? Let me listen to it really quickly. Fuck. Oh, it's also short.
So this is Fossa, the main shopkeep guy of the game, and we're thinking he's just gonna be at the side at the start of every level. He's gonna be there to sell you like non-environmental weapons. Meaning weapons that aren't gained by beating a boss or finishing a certain level. I don't know if I should be doing the YouTuber accent, but I also wanted to show you this movement that we're almost done with. It's the slide hop, and it's basically meant to keep and redirect your motion. Your momentum. Crunker, Ultrakill, and Warfork all have the same concept, to where slide hopping changes your direction but keeps your speed. And I really fuck with that, so we're doing that. Also, one last thing, the slug is a projectile weapon. It's just really fast, and I wanted to scale up the projectile so it's a bit more visible when you're shooting it, but this is only for long range. And
this is super interesting. This is super interesting because it's exactly the same. It's roughly the same idea as the second video, right? It's roughly the same idea, but less well executed, more devloggy, less trailery. This is like a trailer, and this is like a devlog, but a short devlog. Like this part where they are telling you that they want to make the bullets bigger and stuff. We don't care about that. We don't care about that yet.
It's just really fast.
Because it's a devlog. People were still excited, right? The people that found the thing were still excited. Their video seems a lot like Mrs.'s TikTok to me. This one? The second one, way less though. Gorecore, way less. Mrs.'s doesn't go with the Gen Z editing. Mrs.'s just is going straight to the point in a boring voice, which looks closer to this devlog than the trailer that we saw before, which is much more fast-paced, much more Gen Z editing, I'm saying, but I don't know if it's true, but like, you see what I guess, what I mean. But it worked very well though. Their strategy, I don't know if it's a strategy or not, but what I'm trying to say is that I feel like there's something to be done with YouTube, because YouTube can be gamed. Like, if you understand what can work, what cannot work, you can really have videos that explode in popularity. And you can see the impact in here. It's basically all of their wish lists are coming from that. So how much effort do you need to put into a 1-minute video that you put on YouTube, whereas talking regularly on other platforms, sharing regularly is much more effort and might lead to less impact. But also maybe they're just incredibly lucky and it's not replicable at all. Do a quick break. I need to give my cat a bit of food. See you in 2 minutes, and then we're going to end the stream because I need to go. Whoops, this is not what I wanted to do. If you want to start making games, don't worry. You just need that. You know what this is? This is a game engine. This is a game engine. Just use a game engine. Pick whatever game engine you want and just start making games. You find a cool game, you clone it. So anyway, there's luck involved into that. Of course there's luck. You could say they made a good video in here, roughly the same amount of time, and it didn't do as well. But you could also say that the thumbnail is less interesting. There's the devlog in here. I think putting devlog 1 in your title, I think this repulses people. A lot of people will not click because they don't fucking care about your devlog. Whereas Gorecore everywhere, they don't understand what it is, but they click. You see? Shit. YouTube algorithm is a different beast in itself. Sure, of course it is. Right? The game didn't change, for example. the game didn't change, right? They still have the same game. It's a different way of presenting it, though. It's a very different way of presenting it. This is what I wanted to talk about. Having the algorithm in mind and how people can be interested in something, finding a way to show that thing. The thing is, in my opinion, you should not see that as a different thing than game dev. I feel like YouTube can be seen as the exact same thing as game dev. It can be seen as, how do I market my game? How do I do it? In here, they totally understand who they're talking to. It feels like they know the target audience. In here, they don't know yet. Again, take everything I said with a grain of salt, and with a little pincette, because it's easy to look at something when the success is already there. It's much easier to judge after the fact. But I think it's interesting. I think there's something to take here. And also, something to keep in mind. You put a bit of effort into one video, it blows up. And when I say blow up, honestly, look at that. 258k, it's not that huge on YouTube. It can grow to that number quite fast. And with only 2.5% of conversion rate, you get 6k wish lists. This is huge. This is fucking huge.
And in an actual introduction video to core. I don't want to say the first word because I don't know if it's allowed on YouTube. We're just gonna make a bit more progress on development and then we'll push that video out. Okay, see you guys. Bye-bye.
If I'm correct, November 1st doesn't correlate with the Steam page. Or maybe it was not tracking before that. I have the feeling they announced the video, they made the video and the Steam page was not updated. That seems really stupid if it's the case. Update is history. 7 months ago. SteamDB require a token. Let's change lists. When can I see when it's public? Added store description, added web assets. Is there a moment? Maybe all of what I see is because it's public. 4 months ago, 20 November. No, I don't think so, right? Added a store release date. 4 months ago. Well, I don't know. They changed the number. Change list. Change number. Anyway, I wanted to show you that. So you're not. Maybe you're not super interested about that. I think it's super interesting because it's one of the most difficult things that you can do as a dev. To talk about your game and get people excited. And they did it very well in here. Which I think in itself should be studied for what we can. Wayback Machine first saw it 15 August 2024. Okay, interesting. But for some reason, SteamDB doesn't show the thing earlier than that. We can see that the amount of followers was basically 0 though. So that's interesting. Anyway, I need to go. I really need to go now. That was pretty interesting. Shut up. And we're going to raid Grumble of Bugs. I hope it's not too late. He's been streaming for 2 hours. Let's raid Grumble. Let's go for the raid with Grumble. Guys, thank you for being here. It was cool. Thank you so much for your help understanding, talking about game design and such. I like the end. I want to talk a bit more about different ways you can We can market games and stuff. I have ideas for the future of how I want to market my games and how I want to approach generating interest around my games, and hopefully it will work, and hopefully I will be able to show you that. In the meantime, we go for a raid with Grumble. Grumble is working on his game. He's approaching the end of the work, I think. At least he's hoping to. Join for the raid to get some points, and I will see you on Monday. Good freaking bye. Let's go.
Hey, Mr. Elliptic.